She still lives in exactly where I live now, and they were never active duty, so I know it's not you.
It's not.
But your laugh down to everything, so it throws me off every time I hear your voice. Like, oh my gosh, oh no, it's 867, which I love just as much, but it's just so funny. I've never heard somebody that has the exact same like vocal mannerisms.
Oh,
Hey,
that's so
Shannon.
funny. Hey, Shannon.
That restriction isn't coming up now. Yeah, shut up, TikTok. Don't be messing with me. You see,
But
you're over there
but wait,
banning folks for nothing.
does your friend have the bubble guppy laugh?
Not quite that to
I
that
know.
extent, but
Okay.
very very close.
See, I don't know. It must be the voice. But you said something. You had done something, right? 867.
Yeah, when I was little, I held my laugh in because it was embarrassing.
Hmm.
Ah, I love your laugh. It is so freaking cute, girl.
That makes me
No,
so
it
sad
was
for
like
you
a
because I love it.
no. Well, this is not the laugh that I was hiding. This happened because I was hysterically laughing, but trying not to do the embarrassing laugh, and
Oh,
then this sound started, and then it just never went away. But like my mom and my like aunt and cousins do like this laugh where they do like a like they're gasping for air, and I heard myself do it once, and I like held it in ever
you're like,
since.
no, I can't do that.
Hey, someone
Yeah,
said that
no,
Brian Enton is on News Nation. I can't pull him up, but can y'all?
I can't.
I'll
With
grab my
I don't
iPad.
have
Give me a minute.
cable
Give me a
of any
second.
No, I
kind.
don't have cable. I just
yeah,
stream.
I mean, I don't have it either. I have like the Fire Stick that we pay for. Just snort laugh once every 10 years or so. I snort laugh every day. I can't quit. I don't know what happened. I got pregnant, and then I swear to God, it's like my nasals messed up.
My ex-father-in-law had the laugh that like once you heard him laugh, you couldn't help but laugh. He was this huge old guy, and he had this really high pitch, and it's like, oh my, sir, what happened?
That's funny.
Brian said kidnapper was there before the actual night. I know, Carrie, girl, that is wild. I do wonder about that. Like, okay, so they've known that for how many days now, and and they haven't told us that. Like, that's wild. Alabama, did you get
Well,
my message the other day? I did.
he came out and said that neither him nor the sheriff or the three letter agency have stated that.
Do you guys want to hear it or?
Yes, please.
Behind this investigation, people who have experience in analyzing infrared. And they have told me that they don't believe that this is the same individual based on his footwear. They have examined both of the photographs. Looked at the infrared footprint on the footwear and said that that is not the same individual based on that footwear and the carbon print. Now, of course, why we are getting this information now is the consternation here amongst law enforcement and those of us who are examining this. It's really it's amazing.
Yeah, well, when you look at the photo on the left side that we were showing on the screen, to me, initially it looks like a different jacket. It looks somewhat camouflaged to me, and his headwear, his ski mask, is pulled farther down than the photo on the right, and then, of course, he's not wearing the backpack. They both have the same black gloves, but Brian, you've been talking to law enforcement throughout the day, throughout the last 4 weeks. You went on a tour today to see how the canal system works in Tucson. What are you hearing about the new information they're trying to get to put this case together, given we're still putting it together here tonight?
Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't tell us this initially, and it's still not officially coming from the sheriff's office. I mean, there's just sources that we have that are confirming it. Why they didn't want us to know, I was thinking, I mean, if they gave us an exact date, it would actually make it easier for people to go back through their cameras to say, okay, if you knew it was January 11th, if they told everybody that, that would be easier to do than saying, hey, look through a month worth of video. So we don't know why they're not telling us the exact date. In terms of the investigation overall, it was a bit of a frustrating weekend. The sheriff came out and said that they're having challenges with the DNA evidence. Remember, Katie, he chose to send it to his private lab in Florida. Apparently, the DNA is mixed, and now he's saying it could take even a year. That's what he said over the weekend, a year to figure out some of these DNA issues, which for people in the area, they were not happy to hear that.
So Randy, just given where we are in this investigation, there's a lot of frustration in Tucson. There has been about the way the sheriff has handled this. Brian just laid out the DNA part of the frustration. With this latest information, which is different than what we had before, at least it wasn't revealed, what is your just perspective on how the Pima County Sheriff's Department is handling this?
Well, there's not only frustration in the community here, there's actually frustration within the Pima County Sheriff's Department as well. I've had sources tell me from within the agency that there is a great deal of leadership issues here that has, in fact, culminated with a no confidence vote by the deputies of this agency, where every single deputy except for one voted a no confidence vote against the sheriff not long ago. Add that to the fact that he is actually under investigation by the Attorney General's office for election interference, and you have a serious issue here with the confidence that not only the community has in the sheriff, but the police, the deputies as well. This is really a recipe for disaster when it comes down to a major investigation like this.
Brian, just one final question to you about what you're hearing, and that there's been back and forth about whether the FBI was cooperating with the Sheriff's Department, whether the Sheriff's Department was withholding evidence. There's a lot of people who have argued that the FBI should have taken this investigation over a long time ago. What are you hearing about that process?
Well, look, there are sources within the FBI who are just like clamoring to take over the case. I mean, they want it to be all theirs, and they want the sheriff's office out of the picture just because of the issues that they've had in the past. I think these DNA issues are also concerning because the FBI warned them and said,
Hold on. Give me one
I know,
second.
y'all. I'm so glad that I'm back too. Did y'all see we almost got ping bombed, I think, earlier? When I let that person up, I should probably make sure I know who I'm letting up before they end up showing us, because he sure did like take that phone and show between his legs almost. And I was like, get off my panel, stop it.
All I saw was a flash. I couldn't tell what happened beyond that.
It scared me. He started moving it down his chest. I was like, get away.
Man, people do anything for their 5 seconds of fame.
You scared the shit out of me. Girl, did you see it too? Carrie said I saw his face. Y'all don't be over here showing us things we don't want to see. Please, I just got my shit back, and I don't want to lose it for real shit this time.
I did not know that about the election interference.
That's what I was going to ask. Had anybody else heard that?
I haven't.
I heard it before, but I don't know why in my brain I was like, no, it was for the RICO, not election interference.
Yeah, I didn't hear
know
that
that he
either.
was currently under investigation for that.
Widow, did you know since they're local?
No, I've never heard a thing about it.
He's also been done for misappropriate interaction with a female co-worker.
Yeah, I haven't
Just so
heard
you
that.
know.
But I believe
Yeah.
you. I just haven't heard it. It wanted me to log into my YouTube TV. I did that real quick, and then it was over. They're talking about the C boss being unalived. So
I heard that they also got his number one enforcer as well today.
did they?
Yeah, I heard that.
All the
So what are
people
y'all
that are
thinking?
stuck there.
What are y'all thinking about? Okay, like the person having there 2 nights in a row, like okay, in a mask. Do y'all think that the first night they went there was there they were gonna do it and then something happened and they didn't?
I do
Like
not
why
believe it's
else?
the night before. I'll be honest with you. I don't believe that at all.
You don't think it was the
Yeah.
night before?
No, I believe it was like around the 11th.
I do too.
I
Well,
think
the
that
I'm
that
way
thing that was on the neighborhood app, like what, a week and a half ago already,
mm-hmm.
asking for it, and then they said it wasn't official, and then the next day they came out officially and said we want everything from January 1. I think they were trying to hide it. I said it that day, and I'll say it again. I think they're trying to hide what they know as to not lead the person on that they know, like they're onto them. And I still stand by that I think that they know a lot more. I think they probably know who, they just don't know where. It's
but the
kind of the
thing
vibes
is,
that I'm feeling.
sorry.
Nope, you're good.
But the thing is, if we look at the moon, I mean, it was pitch black that night.
Yeah.
It couldn't be the 11th.
Yeah, I think it has to,
Good.
I think it's anywhere between the 15th and the 20th that he was there.
The
I mean,
thing
it could be
so
the
the other
11th.
day earlier, I thought it was like pretty much like non-existent on the
No,
11th.
it didn't go that way until the 15th. Non-existent was the 15th. I mean, the 11th, and maybe they drove by because the 11th wasn't that where the white van was spotted, and that's what the tip was on the 11th. So maybe that's what the 11th is, and then this was maybe another day.
I don't think they ever gave a date. I thought it was like a week or two before that it was spotted. I don't remember ever a solid date.
Yeah, I can't remember. I'd have to go back into the neighbors app and see if I can find it. Because I know it was on there. But that was a pitch black area, and so I'm thinking yeah. And I did send an email to Arizona, U of A, to their planetarium director to ask him. I sent him both pictures, and I'm just gonna see what he has to say.
Cool.
My question is, do we feel like this is someone who had been on the property before, or people? Maybe not that she knew, but maybe they were there one day to help with landscaping or to help with the pool.
Well, last night in Coochie's Live, there was a gal that came up and she was
Belinda.
Belinda. She told us to dig deeper first, and then she was very adamant about the housekeeper. I have no idea.
I don't know that she was. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
I'm
know her,
not.
so I don't want
I
to
don't
say
want to.
anything bad.
Yeah, I don't want to be. Yeah, that.
But that's what she told us.
Interesting.
I just have a feeling that it's something to do with Savannah, not like something like she did something bad.
Yeah.
They're retaliating because of.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I don't think it has anything to do with the e-files. I don't think it has anything to do with that. There were some weird comments on her Christmas
Yes, there
photo that she
was.
posted. I just think it could be somebody obsessed with her. It could have something to do with something else. But I don't know why. I mean, there's some theories out there that it was just supposed to be a scare and something went wrong. There's a lot of theories out there, but then again, I go back to the whole, I think the sheriff is scared of
Yeah.
someone. So I don't know.
What's the
Those are,
purpose in scaring an 84-year-old at 2 in the morning or whenever?
if they were trying to get a message to her daughter.
Okay, that I can see.
I
Well,
mean,
because that one time when they were all sitting on the couch and they said, "We understand you."
mm-hmm.
There was something in that
Yep.
that they understood.
And they didn't get it until they got that second letter, that
Yep.
second
Right.
yes or no. And it was like, we understand. Like, okay, we get it now.
Yep.
So I'm not ruling out. I know everybody is like, oh, it's Tommaso. I'm not ruling that out. I don't know why, but the way they said that, and then it's been only Savannah saying things. I think this was directed at her, and I think that's why she's coming out and saying things.
Well, and a facial feature expert said that she was talking to an unidentified female. Like that Savannah didn't know who she was, but that's how she was talking.
Like maybe she was trying to appeal to a mom or a sister or wife
Yep.
or something, right?
Yep.
But like we were saying before, Amber, I don't know if you were in the chat. A mom, somebody's got to recognize him.
Oh
My
yeah,
son,
for
my
sure.
son's, my son's a firefighter. They're all in gear, and I can damn well pick out my son.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're all in gear, including their helmets, and I can pick out my son.
Mannerisms, something.
Well, the other thing that gets me is, okay, if this is someone that lives, let's go back to them saying that it's someone in Tucson. Someone's got to be missing 3 weeks of work.
Yeah. I mean,
Agree.
if they have her, it could be a spouse that doesn't maybe stays home. It could be who knows.
So many people work remote now.
Yeah,
Thanks for
and
all the followers.
I mean anything's possible. But he does look scared, and
Mm-hmm.
not that I still think he's a bumbling idiot in my
Idiot.
opinion. But I do think he looks scared when he's talking. I think he and that could be why he got well. He also lost his brother. That could be why he got choked up. But
Yeah.
in my opinion, he looked scared.
I
Well,
personally think that they wouldn't have to worry about missing work if she was no longer alive. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, that's
I
true.
wish
Especially,
I wasn't, but
I will. You gotta give me a minute. I gotta get my other device on. Um,
Coburger
today
went
I
back to
haven't.
work.
I will go look though. Let me get my other device on and I'll go look at all the messages. I'm sorry. I haven't been on this account all day long until I was just told my account was back because I've only been able to go and use my backups to go on panels until now.
867, what did you say?
I said Coburger went back to work
That's
like nothing.
right.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
It's just,
You hear about it all the time. There's these people that lock others up for years and they still act like normal.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
There's ways around it.
It's kind
Yeah.
of the same, but not the same as the doctor. I think he was in Indiana. He drove the 7 hours to Ohio to
Mm-hmm.
murder his ex-wife and her new husband.
Yeah,
And
the
then,
Dietz. Is it Dietz?
huh?
The
What's her last
Tuppies.
name? Tepes.
Yes,
Thank
Teppies.
you.
And
I
then
just
drove all the way back to Indiana or wherever, and then performed a 10-hour surgery.
Illinois. Yeah. He actually, he worked in Chicago. Yeah.
Okay, Chicago. I knew it was either Illinois or
Yeah.
Indiana, but I couldn't.
He lived. He didn't. He lived in a different state, but he worked in. Yeah, he worked in
But he left his phone there that night thinking it wouldn't, so it wouldn't ping him. Drove
Yeah.
the 6 hours, did what he did, came back, and then they had him arrested by the time, not long after. And last I heard, there was still never even a note put in that patient's chart saying what was done.
Yeah.
I just got a message. They said somebody said that there was a person named Bubbles in here that they're needing you over in just Nick's life or something important. I'm just letting you know, like you don't have to go, but if you want to, they're actually messaging me, need you over there. I don't know what it's about, but just letting you
Who?
Guess
know.
that's
Just
me.
Is that you?
Yeah, well, I'm assuming, unless it's
it's,
another bubble, because there
No,
is
it's
so
the
somebody that
somebody.
comments in here with actual bubbles. But somebody tagged me earlier and said they're looking for you. But
It says you have a lady named Bubbles in your room that we need over in Just Nick's Live. Do you know anything about that? Would they need you over there?
no.
Somebody said I already tagged Bubbles. I don't think it's you. Is it her? Nope, it ain't
I'll
you.
oh,
Well,
Wait,
Michelle tagged me.
I'll
That
go and check.
Michelle.
I'll go and check.
Okay, yeah, that
Yeah,
Michelle
they're
tagged me,
saying
and I
no,
was like,
not you.
yeah, no, there's an actual bubbles. But Michelle tagged me earlier, and I was like, I don't know why they would need me. So unless I have more information, I'm just gonna stay put.
Somebody else is saying yes, it is. Well,
Oh, see?
okay. Well, whatchamacallit went to go check.
Exactly. I need more information before I just run into
But
somebody's life
yeah,
and be
every
like,
time I
"You
see
want me?"
that person come in, I always think it's Gilly because Gilly has bubbles at the beginning of her name too.
Mm.
Sassy Cassie's coming up. She's the one who asked me, who told
Oh,
me.
they said
It
bubble laugh.
it
That
is
is
not.
you.
No, it is not. It is Bubbles Bittersweet 898. It
Okay.
is not her. I promise.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want her running over there because I know it's not her.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay,
why I
good.
didn't run over there because I was like,
Yeah,
I don't
no.
know.
And
Don't
that
take my
message that
friend.
Alabama's talking about is from me. That's why I jumped up here.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it was
that's
Sassy Cassie.
It was me.
Y'all playing a game? I heard.
No, she had some information she was sharing in a different live, and Nick wanted to talk to her.
Oh, okay.
So,
I was about
okay,
to
I
say, is
appreciate.
it? You can't have my 867. She has to say here.
No, 867 stays here. Yeah, we don't, no offense, but we don't need her. We need
no,
her,
that's
but she's not
We
the
we
bubbles we are looking
listen.
for.
That
we
is
need
totally
her.
fine with me. I
Yes,
was
we
like,
need her, but
ask.
she's not the one we are looking for currently.
Yeah. Nope, I don't need that. I'm not gonna just run to somebody's life and be like, "Hey, asking for a
Okay,
bubble
Cajun.
laugh,"
The
Yeah,
bubble laugh.
and just like expect it to be me. That just, yeah, no.
yeah. So, sorry. Carry on. I apologize. Thank you.
No, you're
You're
good.
fine. Thank you for letting me know so I
You're
could
welcome.
tell
You want to
everybody.
drop me or do I drop
Yeah,
myself?
I'll
Okay,
drop
thank
you.
you.
Amigo said this morning, or not Amigos, was it Terry? No, I don't freaking know. I don't remember her name. But she said, she confirmed it does not matter if they drop or you drop them. It's not going to affect. OG, they've already confirmed it. It's not our bubble laugher. It's a person named Bubbles. But yeah.
I'm
Thank you
trying to
for
look.
thinking of me though when you hear bubbles. I appreciate
I'm trying
Sure.
to get the. Somebody sent me something on, and when I'm the host over here, I can't check my messages as the host on the device I'm on. So I have to go on a backup. And TikTok is like spazzing out on me. Okay, I think I found it. Let's see.
Oh.
I have my iPad hooked to my TikTok. Like my TikTok is on my iPad too. So if somebody needs to send me something, I can open it.
Okay, let's see. Okay, she shared a nope. True Crime Cajun. Let's see.
Yeah, it's about the United Cajun Navy. It's apparently they just posted something.
it. Yes,
Oh, let's see
they
there.
posted something and then JLR posted a response already, and it's nothing that should be probably said on here if we
Is he being
don't
a
want her to
booger
get
again?
banned.
Yeah,
What?
he's not their biggest fan.
Yeah, they're fighting. is what's
He
happening. Is they're fighting over and calling each other names.
because
Oh,
he thinks
nice.
they're the Jesus.
The other Cajun
Yeah.
Navy,
Yeah.
which are scammers.
Yeah, they are. Megan said Pima County just posted an update
I'm
on
looking.
their. Okay.
It's on Twitter, I'm sure.
Gonzo, he is a YouTuber. All right, I'll look at Midwest Pundit. Ugh.
Pima County says statement regarding doorbell surveillance footage and Nancy Guthrie investigation. We are aware that doorbell images released earlier in the investigation depict a subject in different stages of attire, including with and without a backpack. There is no date or timestamp associated with these images. Therefore, any suggestion that these photographs are taken on different days is purely speculative. This remains an active and ongoing criminal investigation. As with any investigation, conclusions will be guided by verifiable evidence and established facts. Speculation without factual support does not advance the investigative process.
Wow.
Okay.
So when they
Wow.
pulled that camera footage, then they got the footage, but they don't have timestamps.
Mm-hmm. Well,
What the
I don't
hell?
believe that. I think that they have timestamps. I think they're saying they didn't release the timestamps to us, so us without that verified information is just speculation. And I think they're full of baloney again.
Yeah. I mean, if
It's
there is
again a cover up of a
timestamps,
leak. They're trying to cover up leaks because you have a shitty person in office. And so, like Nikki and everyone else have said earlier, that they've got rogue deputies running around spilling shit because they're like, fuck you and yours too. Basically.
Yeah, they're fed up, in my opinion.
Yeah, and so he's trying to chase his tail, trying to cover up all these leaks because it looks bad on him for there being so many goddamn leaks in his department. And it makes him look like a fool. That he is.
so I looked up the process to get rid of a elected official like a sheriff, and it has to be either a state senator or a federal senator, governor, someone that is above him, and they can do what's called a recall election. So
Hold on. So I just came in. What did I miss?
That the sheriff basically just said, here, I'll read it again, but they
I think so.
posted about the
He posted on Pima County?
yeah,
Yeah.
Pima County Sheriff's
Oh.
Department statement regarding doorbell surveillance footage in the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
Oh, he's doubling down? We're doubling down
Yes.
now?
Yes, we are aware that doorbell images released earlier in the investigation depict a subject in different stages of attire, including with and without a backpack. There is no date or timestamp associated with these images, therefore any suggestion that these photographs were taken on different days is purely speculative. This remains an active and ongoing criminal investigation. As with any investigation, conclusions will be guided by verifiable evidence and established facts. Speculation without factual support does not advance the investigative process. Chris Nanos, Sheriff.
You guys,
Okay,
I know I sound like I'm sorry, Brenda, real quick. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but when you hear you pay attention to when he's speaking out, right? Like what he feels the need. He's got this urgency to address certain things. And then the way that he addresses them and what they're in regards to. I'm sorry, that he is covering, there is something there that either involves him, he's covering, or he's just that bad at his job where he doesn't know how to play coy and not let on to a potential suspect. And so he's doing the most and thinks that that's the way to handle it. But it is so off the rails for me that I'm shocked this is still continuing. Like, I'm shocked.
so Midwest Pundit posted, and this is 7 hours ago, but
Oh, we're still on that. Oh, God. And let's hear it.
investigators continue to pursue multiple avenues and the ongoing case involving Nancy Guthrie. According to information from multiple contacts familiar with the matter, the three-letter agency is conducting a parallel investigation alongside local authorities. Sources indicate the federal investigators have suggested that FEMA consider stepping back. However, any such decision remains with the county's discretion. At this stage, the three-letter agency its working theory reportedly differs significantly from local investigative outlook. Federal investigators are said to be examining the possibility that the incident began as a burglary that escalated. Under this theory, Guthrie may have attempted to leverage her daughter's financial resources and public profile in an effort to be taken rather than unalive. Investigators reportedly believe the perpetrators may have underestimated the intense national attention the case would generate, as well as the challenges involved in keeping an elderly victim alive. Law enforcement sources caution that the situation remains fluid, with no matches in CODIS and initial forensic genealogy efforts reportedly yielding no immediate leads. The case currently faces significant investigative hurdles given the region's proximity to the international border. Authorities are also considering the possibility that suspects may have fled into Mexico. Further updates are expected as investigators determine the next phase of the case. And then he made another comment that basically says that Pima County took his idea and used it, or his statement and used it, and they should have given credit where credit is due. But whatever.
So I did see that one earlier. Here's my thing. If you go down in the comments, he also shares a lot in his riddles. And so one of the comments was about how somebody was addressing that other image from tonight without the backpack. And he's like, yeah, that was the first guy. That was the first guy that showed up that night. And the guy with the backpack is the second guy. So wrong, allegedly. There's more and more that while he seems like he's letting on to things, he's also showing his hand. Like things just aren't adding up. He's now saying that, well, that was the theory of the burglary gone bad. That was what they first thought. But like I said, there's two parallel investigations going on at the same time. And now this is the three-letter agency's theory. I'm sorry. He's discredited himself to me. That's just for me, where I'm not taking anything he says word
Nope.
for word. There was something else I can't remember that stood out to me, where it just seemed as though he's playing, no pun intended, but a Monday morning quarterback and getting some sort of info and then trying to twist and turn it to spin and feed his own narrative and make him sound legitimate still.
Yeah, and I
I
don't like
agree
that.
with
Like,
you.
I kind of feel like that at this point, if I've decided that I'm not going to read his post anymore because he's not credible to me, and I feel like that reading his post to the chatters in the community is not really the good idea anymore because he's not, he's spreading false information, in my opinion.
He straight up said that they got the IgG testing back. Like,
Yeah.
you can't do that. Like, are you kidding me? If you know
It takes
about the
time.
IgG testing and you're the only person saying that, you're the only person. Everybody else is saying months, possibly up to a year. And he's like, they got it back. And it went back to somebody of this heritage.
That's
That's not how
wild.
any
Well,
of that works, and we know that. So, like, he should probably fact check himself before he makes an ass of himself.
right. Well,
Hey, banana.
my thing is too, I don't think anything's going to come of those gloves and the DNA on them.
No.
I don't think they're attached to the case, and I, with them being like, when it was Kohlberger, the genealogy came back. It wasn't like 1, 2, 3, but it came back pretty quick. It wasn't like months and months. And with them saying there's no initial, not if somebody's telling him that they're, so we know it wasn't in CODIS. We know they're doing genealogy on the DNA, but I honestly don't see that the gloves outside the home, whatever, being involved.
I do think that the ones that are that we saw with the rock, I think those are weird, and I think those are the ones that were tested. But here's the thing. Again, I need somebody that knows what the fuck they're talking about to explain to me how they can't separate this mixture from inside of the house, but they can conclusively exclude the DNA there. Because we
Right.
know
So,
that
Look at that
they're
chromophore.
looking for more than one suspect. We know that.
well,
The FBI has said it.
It's
It's
they
pretty much
have
a thing, right?
they
my
have the family's DNA, so I think that's how they can exclude people. Is they said they had taken
That's not what I'm
DNA from
talking about. I'm
oh
talking
no, you're
about
talking about the
the
mixture.
glove.
Oh, the
I'm talking
glove?
about the mixture. Yeah. Okay. The mixture that they took from inside of the house
Correct.
was stated to be, we heard that thing that they're having complications, right? Or
Right.
they've hit a snag, I think is the word used.
Yes.
Um, and then the lady last night said that she believes it's because it is a mixture of maybe more than one person,
Or
like more than just Nancy and somebody.
yes,
Like there's
or
probably three contributors, or it's two unknown people.
no, 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 no. Did you?
mm-mm.
So the part that I hung on to was when she said they have Nancy's, right? If
Yeah, but
Nancy's the
they're
main
being
contr
separate.
but so listen to this though. When she said that if Nancy's the main contributor and you have a very minute second contributor, it is very hard to separate that.
She was using that as an example because she said multiple times that Nancy's DNA was not in that sample.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
let's hear
why
that
I
again because that's not how I heard it.
That
yeah,
isn't how
because
I heard it either.
I heard that she was
She did
people
not
even
say
took
Nancy's
notes
was not a
about.
part of it.
Unlike it says, unlikely Nancy's DNA mixed with the unknown. More than likely, it was two unknown DNAs mixed, maybe more than two. Maybe from a toilet or a faucet, from perp using the restroom. Easier to extract known DNA like Nancy's from a mixture. Saliva from the bite light, saliva from front tiles, possibly blood, saliva, sweat, semen, and skin cells are the types that she's assuming it could be. Possible to never identify the contributors, and the sheriff made a good choice with a quote one-stop shop lab. Those are the
Yes.
notes I took from that interview last night.
And she also said that sending it to Quantico would have been a waste because they do not have the skills to extract the way the lab that he sent it to does.
Exactly.
All right,
Yeah.
can we hear it again?
I have
Yeah.
no clue what it was.
That's so much. Can we just like show it on the screen so I can
I
like
know.
read it with
Let's
y'all?
hear it again because we all hear things differently, and that's why I like having these
Yeah.
panels is because we all hear things differently. We kind of catch on to different things, that
Because
others
again,
won't.
okay, but
I could be wrong. I'll be the first to admit if I'm wrong, but the way
yeah.
I took it was I did not hear her say Nancy's DNA was not a part of it.
No, she didn't say conclusively. She said it was unlikely.
Yeah. Because
But
they
we need
already
to
had her sample.
but let's listen to what she follows it up with because
Yes.
so and it gets so confusing. So I listen to a lot of trials. Like right now, I'm now in the Corey Richards one, which I was listening to all day. But when you have those forensic experts on there that are talking about the DNA, those are long, boring days. And it is like so hard to really sit there and understand exactly what they're saying. But once you get the hang of it, you start to kind of focus on, okay, they're saying it is more likely, it is less likely, 1/quintrillionth of a possibility to be linked to this person rather than two random people. There's a terminology in the way that they phrase these things. And so I think that it's easy to be misconstrued with assuming that she may have said like Nancy was not a contributor rather than more likely, less likely, how many contributors. And the thing that I focused on the most was her talking about a 90 to 10% ratio, if
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yes, because Nancy is a known source. That's why that's why she was talking about that. It's easier to extract a
But
known source
right,
DNA.
right. But they didn't say, but nobody has come forward and said that they can't extract any DNA from that. They're just saying in order to identify the unknown DNA, it's been difficult.
No,
And
she said,
and I thought she said that, like, if you only have a 10% of an unknown DNA, then that's going to be difficult. It's
That's
not
Well,
enough.
does
yeah, but
someone
I
have the
still
band filled up?
no, I do
so
not. But
basically what she was saying is because they don't know how to, because basically all the markers, if it was a known person, they could say, oh, this marker
We can
goes with
compare
that
it.
person.
Right.
Right.
But
And
if it's
so they
such a
don't,
small amount and then you have a majority of another amount, that's why I want to hear it again. I want to hear it
yeah,
again
but
because I
it's
feel
Do
like
you have it, Nikki?
I don't have it on me right now. Hold on one
let me
second.
see if I can get it.
but when we listen to it again,
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna go back to the what I was saying about the glove, is that I don't understand how they can conclusively come out and say that they tested this glove and it was not one of these DNAs. How can you do that if you can't unmix it?
Well, and so as far as I'm concerned with the glove, I feel like so they didn't have a match to the DNA inside the house, right? They also didn't have a match to anybody that they had already gotten their DNA from.
Yeah.
It also didn't match with anything in CODIS. It does not mean, in my opinion, it does not mean that it's still not related.
Yeah.
You're telling me just because there's okay, so they just can't pin it to anything. Just
Again, but
like with
how
the
do you
DNA in the house, they can't pin it right now to anybody that they've already collected the DNA from. Well, no, that's different. Actually, I take that back. They have not even been able to completely come up with a profile for it
which is why I'm wondering how are
because
they conclusively excluding it if they don't even have a
they're
profile to
not
compare it to?
they're not excluding the DNA in the house.
They
They're
did say
not.
that though about the glove. They said the
Yeah.
statement was that it didn't match the DNA in the house. So how are they not if that's what they said? You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying with that. I do. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a good
But,
question.
That's
I don't
but
that's
they
know.
where I
don't
was
know
go
if
that
it
was that's
matches.
why I brought up this whole thing is I'm like I'm still that's why I want to talk to like somebody that knows what they're talking about. Well, that was my whole point is like I need this explained because I'm not following how you can conclusively make these statements and then come out and say, "Oh, but we don't even have a profile because we've hit a snag."
Well,
I
so the
have it,
way
Like
Melanie. I'm just
that's
waiting.
the way
confusing.
I took it, which you brought up a really good point. The way I took it was that they came up with a profile. They then entered that profile into CODIS. There wasn't a match for the glove. This is for the glove.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that they haven't necessarily been able to compare that same profile to the DNA that's mixed from inside the house.
Yeah. That's what I got. Oh, and
Right.
I was going to
There,
ask you, Nikki, was today the first day of Richens?
Yes, that's what I was watching all day, girl.
I
Okay.
have,
I'm going to have to catch
Oh,
up
it's
then.
wild. It's there's so much in the opening statements that wasn't even in any of the pretrial hearings. Oh God.
Well, see, I was living in Utah when it happened, and we were so proud of her at first of um, doing the children's book for the kids of the widowed,
Mm-hmm.
and then that came out, and we were just, yeah, we were blown
Oh,
away.
well, if you want to go back and watch it, you have time to catch up. Today was trial day one. I don't
Okay.
want to give too many spoilers, but let's just say that Paramore, the Paramore, and if anybody isn't familiar, that's what they refer to as a mistress, but it's a, male. I don't know.
Yep.
The Paramore was heavy in the opening statements, and there were a lot of text messages that were brought up.
Hmm.
Trips planned. Oh yeah, that went deeper than I thought.
Yeah. We were shocked as a community. We were just like, we didn't see that one coming.
Oh, my freckled journey, EDB, all day, every day. Emily D. Baker, she's my girl. I watch her. Listen, there's times where if I'm like, when I watch these live stream trials, it's usually day in and day out coverage. So there are times where if she starts her coverage a little bit later, I will tune in to like Court TV or Law and Crime. And then during the lunch break, go over to her feed. But for the most part, I like her commentary. It drags out a lot longer than a normal court day, but it's worth it.
Awesome.
I
That's
have
all I
been
was going to
to.
ask.
On YT, yes, you guys. So if anybody doesn't know, Corey Richins is on trial right now. It just started today. She is the woman who is accused of unaliving her husband in 2022, March 4th of 2022, from illegal rug poisoning.
And then wrote a children's book for widowed families. And she was arrested on the scene of her book launch on our local channel.
I have
Carly
been
just
to.
said, Recovery Addict is streaming the trial as well. I'll have to check that out also. Oh, you guys, yeah, no, you'll get caught up. If any of you like listening to a live trial, you've only missed one day. And you could actually probably just watch a recap video somewhere. Hell, I'll catch you up if you really want. But you'll catch up tomorrow. This is going to be like a 4 to 5 week trial, and it's a big one. They've been talking about it for years. I mean, if I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a lot of stuff that I think will come out. Like I said, I was shocked today when they were showing the text messages between her and her boyfriend.
You can also look at her up. I think they did a Dateline 48 hours or 2020 on the case.
Utah. Sorry, somebody asked where it took place. Utah, 2022.
Yeah, Park
What is
City,
the case?
Utah.
I missed it.
Corey Richins. Corey with a K, Kouri, Richins.
Oh, I know
Woman that's on trial right now. It just started today out of Utah, and she is accused of unaliving her husband in March of 2022 from poisoning him with illegal rugs.
And she wrote a book, didn't she?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember. Oh shit, that trial's now? Yeah, I don't need to tune in. That is one crazy ass situation. She unalived her husband allegedly and then wrote a book about it.
Yep. We were, and like I was telling everyone, we were stunned as the widow community there. I mean, we were like backing her completely. Everything.
Wait until you know what? If there's one thing I recommend you do tonight before you go to bed, you go listen to those opening statements from today. And I will say opening statements are not evidence. I'm going to preface that, but
it gives you a good
way
picture.
that the prosecutor brought in the actual evidence was wild. Like I've never seen anything like it. So they always say opening statements are not evidence, but yet he brought in actual evidence and screenshots, text messages, receipts, proof, timeline, you name it. It was wild. And
are they doing it in Park City or have they moved it to Salt Lake?
No, it's still in the same area. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I just read
Who's streaming it? So
says,
I watch Emily D. Baker on YT, but also Court TV's got it, Law and Crime's got it. I mean, any of those networks, you'll be able to find it.
they probably do updates on the lawyer, you know.
Oh, yep, he's great too. Trevos.
And Vinny Paul,
sexy
Paulton.
Peter Tragos, we love him. And you know what? Actually, let me just throw a shout out to him. Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know, he's a good one for anyone who wants to keep up with the trial, but you can't watch it all day, every day, because what he does is he'll go live every day for like an hour, hour and a half most. And he kind of, I'm assuming he has a team behind him that is watching it for him, editing, clipping things. And he's gotten a great rhythm going where it's like tune in at this time. We're going to go through what happened today during the trial, and you get all caught up in like an hour and a half.
And
Yeah.
he is eye candy. Oh my God, if you want to look at a sexy man,
Well, that too.
listen, he is a fine mother. And his name is the lawyer, and he's on the YT. I ain't even
have
gonna
to
lie.
interrupt and read a comment real quick. I wasn't gonna say anything, but a comment by Queen Bee Stitches says, "Widow, you have another connection to another case." I'm gonna start really side eyeing you now here.
That is the
I think
third
we
case.
it's
Actually,
like the third,
actually,
fourth, fifth, sixth,
I,
something.
listen, Lady Jane, she lived in Moscow and went to Washington State.
Yeah.
Check your
So,
nudes. Go back to Dora's. Go back to Dora. Dora, get your friend. Check my nudes. Needs to go back over there to your house. You're
I
not
mean, I
welcome
think
here.
that should count as number 4.
Yep.
I think it's time to start doing a deep dive on Widow at this point.
Well, she basically gave us her address, or
I mean,
I think I need a blood sample,
somebody needs to go
please,
check for
I
because
think we need to put her in CODIS.
There we
yes.
go. Yeah, I lived in Utah for 16 years, so it was.
You're not making it better.
I know,
Yeah, I mean,
because there was a lot of cases that came out of Utah,
I
and
mean, pretty soon she's gonna tell us that she was married to Cody with ramen hair.
Right?
oh my gosh.
who?
I can't even think of his name at this time.
The guy from the Wives show.
Sister
Sister
Wives.
Wives.
Were you at
Oh my
Sister
gosh!
Wives?
No. That was, and that's part of the reason why we moved out of Utah.
People wanted to make you a
Cody,
Sister Wife?
No,
Cody Brown.
my son was in 8th grade, and we weren't part of the church. And in 8th grade, they do a thing called seminary, or they start
Ugh,
seminary.
gotcha.
And his friends' parents told him that he couldn't hang out with them anymore because we weren't part of the church.
Hang on a second. You in the chat know way too much about Sister Wives. All of you are like, it's Cody Brown. Cody Brown. Cody Brown.
Oh,
Like
yeah, that guy.
everybody in the damn chat.
Oh, I got a question. Do you have connections with Ruby Frank?
No,
Okay, we just making sure.
she was south of.
Oh my
She
I
she
forgot
was
about that psycho.
yeah
Oh my
she
God,
was
her and Judy.
Girl, I
yeah.
know.
Dude, have
Well,
you seen her son's picture or videos when he's like does the shut up mom and he put on like the jumpsuit?
No.
No.
With the
my
older
God,
one or the
he's-
younger one?
The older one.
No, I don't think I
Oh,
saw
The
wow.
one
that.
that she stole his bed for like 9
Oh
months.
yeah, he had to sleep on a beanbag.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That one, he's like he got married and stuff, I think. But yeah, no, he's trolling his mom bad, and it's
Was it a
Those poor
funny.
children.
I mean, he
I-
should. She's a
Yeah.
horrible person.
was it
Yeah,
a really big beanbag? Like
she
the ones you can sleep on, or was it a tiny
No.
beanbag?
I don't care what size it was. You can't sprawl out on a beanbag, and a grown
No,
boy
no,
should be
no.
better than that.
No. The one my kid had, you totally could. It was
Yeah.
like the size of
No,
one of
this
those
woman
circle
abused
like
her
king
children.
size beds. She was.
Yeah,
I didn't know the case.
she was in like
Look
not
her up.
Moab area, but further down in St. George area. And I mean, she was from Salt Lake City. That was where her ex-husband lived. He lived in Provo and all that. But yeah, no, she was further down. She's a psychopath.
Brenda,
They-
look her up. Seriously,
They
you
wanna-
won't get enraged.
What's
Look
your-
her up.
What's your connection with Lori Vallow? They said.
Lady Jane, Discord me her name because I'm like
Okay,
I've got like
I
3
sure
things up
will.
on my thing.
All I can say is I grew up in Idaho, and that's it.
Nah, did you know her?
No.
You better not have, girl.
I don't know that I believe that because she's laughing as she says it. I
Girl,
think
I believe y'all.
everybody is
Like, I
sus
can't
now.
tell him another one now. They're calling me out.
Yeah, now the reporter that I love, and I send everyone his way is Nate Eaton. He is the one that broke that case wide open in Hawaii, and he
I don't,
is from East Idaho News.
I do like him too. I do agree with that.
I don't
And
think we
so
were
And
done
he got
interrogating you.
the prison interviews too.
he
You're
did.
deflecting. You're
He's a-
deflecting. You weren't off the witness stand yet.
Yeah, I don't think we were done interrogating you. I mean, chat, were we done?
Don't make my friend leave. Widow's boots on the ground there. She knows all the information.
She
It's
knows,
okay.
hopefully she
Listen.
knows we're teasing her.
I know, I'm
Yes.
just kidding.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
nobody interrogate Widow. Listen, I think if anything, Widow's just very knowledgeable. I think you do a lot of research.
Yes.
That's what I've concluded. I think you do a lot of
Somebody's like,
research.
deflection.
Yeah,
Nikki, honey,
I
wipe your
have
nose.
loved
It's
true
getting a little
crime.
brown.
She's
Tanner
just
said,
in the know, you guys.
Tanner said she
I've
knows
loved
too much.
I've loved true crime since I was like probably 13, 14 years old. And when I went into criminal psychology, my hopes was to join the FBI. I mean, I went through all of the testing, and that's when they found the scar in my right eye, and that tore me apart. Because
I can't even imagine.
yeah, and because then I can't even do anything with my degree. Nothing.
Oh, that's really sad. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that really
so
Oh my
stinks.
I do
gosh,
have
who
to
was
say
it that
this.
just said, hold on. Oh, Senram, what about Susan Powell? That one still bothers me.
yeah,
Like, why have we not found her?
she's
Yeah, I
in one of
agree.
those minds.
I know.
Period.
And who's this one?
Susan
Susan
Powell. Oh, there's a
Cox.
whole podcast, like 24 episodes, cold case. You got, if you have the time, I highly recommend it. I binged listened to it. This was years ago when it first came out, but it is worth every second.
And
Okay, so
see,
where's
the
she from, so I
husband,
know who I'm looking for.
Utah.
Just if you go, yeah, it's out of
Okay.
Utah, and if you go to, I'm assuming Spotify is where I listen to it, possibly Apple Podcasts, but yeah, it's Cold Case. There's a lot of episodes there, and Susan Powell case is very sad. I mean, I don't want to
It's
spoil anything,
extremely.
but she still to this day has not been found, but yet there was a conclusion with who was responsible and, you know, things that happened to the rest of the family and all that.
Yes. So basically, Super Bowl Sunday that following year, the dad had supervised visitation, and he was living in Washington State at his father's house. And the lady brought the children up to the door, and he grabbed the kids, brought them inside, or shoved them inside the house, and the house blew up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That is horrific.
Yeah, it was, and it was because one of the boys was
Not me over here
telling-
being like, I'm not going to spoil it for anybody that wants to listen to the podcast. And
Yeah,
then Widow over here, like, let me just spoil it.
I no longer have to. Can you guys tell me about some other cases I don't have to, look into?
Oh no,
mean-
there's so much into this case. That's just even the tip of the iceberg. I
I'm
mean,
just
Is that
teasing.
the one that it was like in the woods or whatever? I think I remember that one.
the little boy said that
Nothing about the woods.
Daddy took him camping and left mommy there.
Oh, that's really sad. Why do people do that? Like that shit about the other day when that cheerleading mom and that case came on, like that shit really affected me. Like I had to get off the live that night and not be able to like talk about it anymore because it put me into like shock. I was not expecting that outcome.
I will tell you, and not that I'm condoning that, but I could tell you, with competitive dance, went through hell with moms.
Yeah,
And
but
then-
that shit just affected. It didn't only affect her and her daughter. Like those poor children that had to compete for the rest of that week. I'm sure
They got to
that
deal with it for the rest of their lives.
Like that's horrific. I just can't deal with shit like that. Like, don't do that to your children.
And the cheer company knew about it. They knew that it was going on. So why didn't they intervene? The bullying,
They had.
Oh, did they really?
Oh, the bullying.
Yeah.
What part of the bullying?
The crap between the moms. They knew that people were saying nasty crap to the mom.
Oh,
because
see,
the daughter was new. The daughter was new, and one of the kids that had been there a couple years lost her spot because the daughter was better than her. So a couple of the moms kept saying nasty crap, like mean, vile crap to the mom.
Yeah, but I
It
don't make
went
excuses.
further than that. She
Hmm.
got out of a domestic violence situation
Yes.
with the daughter's father.
But did you
I,
hear about how the stepmom allegedly was also bullying her and harassing her?
Yes.
I
Yes.
didn't see that, but
Yeah. There's a
makes sense.
lot more to it, like the custody battle between the parents.
Yeah, it was
Um,
like 9 years or something like that.
Well, and I mean, coming from Utah, I mean, I had a serious custody case with my son's dad, but this doesn't even touch that at all. Like they had to, on trade-offs, they had to park like 5 or 6 spaces apart from each other, and it had to be in a public McDonald's
Mm.
area.
And it
Um,
had to be at the school during the week.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it was bad.
I mean,
The
I
mother.
understand that, but I feel like when we say those things, we make excuses for that, and I just can't get on board with that. Like, I don't give a shit how awful your home life is. I don't give a shit how awful your work life is, your cheerleading life. You do not ever harm your babies. Like,
No, I would
there
never.
is nothing in this world. There is nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, that could ever come to me harming one of my children. And when
Yeah.
we make excuses
Exactly.
because of all of those things can be true, and they can all be horrific for somebody to have to go through. But that's life. Life is horrible sometimes. But our
Yep.
children should never be the punching
And
bag
in the
because of
hands
it.
of the mother, that's where they
Ab-
should be the safest.
Like that
Yeah.
is who they should
Absolutely.
always feel is
And all
protecting
of
them.
those, yeah, and all of those things are things that can be changed, essentially.
Not
Go
in
join a different
Utah.
cheer squad. I don't know.
Oh,
Then fucking
oh,
move.
Yeah, yeah, move the
y-
cheer squad. I mean,
I don't give a
listen,
rat's ass.
I was just saying like things that went through because I don't condone what she did at all, and I hate that she thought that was the only way out, and
yeah.
that's I don't understand that, and I will never understand that because there's nothing I would ever do that I've ever even thought of, even in my darkest moments with depression, of hurting anybody
Yeah.
because that
Mm-mm.
would break it breaks my heart because my daughter was supposed to buy a house in October and her boyfriend was like, well, I'm not ready to move out of my parents' house. And she was crushed. And I sat here crying that day. You know, don't turn 50. I cry because there's a leaf in the damn road. You don't understand. I cry over everything. It's stupid.
I'm gonna be
Anyways,
47 in May. I
don't do
understand.
it. I cry over the stupidest things. It's so dumb. But anyways, but I knew that hurt her, and I'm just like, and he's a good guy. It's not that he's not, but I wanted to punch him, you know. So
Yeah,
I don't.
I think the bowling in the cheer area was very minute compared to what she was going through between her parents.
Here's the. It wasn't her. It wasn't the kid. It was the mom, supposedly. But
Oh,
here's
okay.
my other thing, and this again has nothing to do with what her mom did. If that was going on, the domestic violence, how in the hell did he get visitations and unsupervised?
Utah is absolutely evil. My ex, he drove with my son intoxicated several times. Um, there was things that were shown to my son that were inappropriate, and the court systems in Utah, they're all
Okay, but
about the families being together.
well, I could tell you right now, unless he got pulled over with your son in your car, that in the car, they don't care about that.
Well, he
That's what my
drove.
daughter does. She's a DV advocate, and I can tell you they don't give a crap about
No,
that. It's abuse in the home, and you know, I would there's I don't know about her cases until they're on the news, and she's sitting here bawling her eyes out, and I'll be like, That was her
Yeah.
case, wasn't it? And she's like, Mom, the judge didn't give them anything, and now she's gone.
Yep.
Hey, hang on. Wait, what door? Somebody, they banned your backup, did you say?
What?
They permanently banned my backup account. She's dead. What the fuck? For what? For what?
The new backup?
Alright, hold on. I'm going back. Hold on.
How? For what? Because you got 1,000 followers in like 4 hours?
Hold on. Where do you... I don't even see her
It's
post.
all the way up.
Yeah, it's all the way up. She said it a few minutes ago, but I seen everybody commenting to her, so I went and seen what she said. Thanks for the follow. Oh, poor
Aww.
baby. Here, mommy. Here.
Yeah,
Don't
Utah
you be mean to that baby.
is a big joke on family court. I've seen some really bad like situations where the father was actually hurting the child and the court still made that child go to that father every other
Yeah,
weekend.
same here.
Do we want to listen to that DNA thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I have it.
Just because I'm starting to get sleepy and I want to be awake enough to listen.
Yeah, he's a sleepy baby. He is. He said, Mama, get me.
Want to feel more confident with your finances this year? If you have 60
No,
seconds,
actually,
I
I'm
can show
good.
you how quick and easy it is to start building healthy money habits that could last you the entire year just by using Rocket Money. Step 1, download Rocket Money. Step 2, link all your accounts and see
I
your
can't
entire
skip it.
spending
Hold
picture.
on.
I will
Your
unknown. Hang on a minute.
subscriptions. Guthrie investigation. I have spoken with one of my sources, and I did not know this before. I'm going to tell you about that in a second. Quick housekeeping, though. Tomorrow night, I'm going to hold a members-only Q&A session. All the questions you have about the Nancy Guthrie case, as well as any other questions that you want to ask. Big Q&A session tomorrow. That's Sunday, February the 22nd at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you're not a member, hit the join button and then you can submit your questions as well. If you are a member already, I put the link to the chat in my community post on YouTube. So I will see you all tomorrow. And thank you if you've already joined. I really appreciate it. And please don't forget, subscribe. Just hit the subscribe button. It really does help a lot in keeping this podcast going. Okay, let me start. It is day 21, which, as you well know, means that we are basically at the 3-week mark. It was 3 weeks ago tonight, it's Saturday night as I come to you, that Nancy Guthrie disappeared late into the night on Sunday morning. And that means we're heading into week 4. And that makes it all the more fascinating, the reporting that's coming out today, as well as what I've discovered from my source, just sort of puts me in a whole different direction now. I've spoken to someone who is in law enforcement, is familiar with the investigation, who's told me that the blood found, and again, blood found inside the house, this is something that I reported on day 3, that another source of mine, a high-level law enforcement source, reported there was blood found inside the house. No one in law enforcement, the sheriff, etc., has confirmed that. But my source said there was blood found in the house. Today, another law enforcement source familiar with the investigation has said that the pattern of that blood inside the house matches the pattern outside the house, outside Nancy's front door. So you've seen that video where you can see droplets of Nancy Guthrie's blood leading away from her front door and down the gravel path to the driveway. But those pattern droplets, as many experts have, described it, are as vertical. They fall straight up and down, 90 degrees, and there's no smears. There's no stepping in it. There's no struggle. There's no signs of struggle on that front doorstep. My source tells me it is exactly the same inside the house, that there's no sign of struggle in that blood. It's not smeared. There's no steps. They are those straight up and down drop pattern blood. I asked where in the house, and I did not get that answer. I can't tell you if it was in the bedroom, if it was in the front entrance. What I can tell you is that at the time that 911 was called and sheriff's deputies were dispatched, and, you know, patrolman came, basically it was a call about a missing elderly woman. They were not aware at the time that this was much more than a missing elderly woman, but the signs, again, and this is the second source now telling me this, is that the back door was wide open. The blood droplets were inside the house and outside the house, and the front camera had been knocked off its mount. My first source said smashed, cameras plural, nest. Second source now saying definitely camera knocked off or ripped off or gone, moved off in some way. And so this is just fascinating because at the same time that I'm learning this information about these blood droplets inside the house matching blood droplets, the same pattern outside the house, there's reporting that comes from NBC that the sheriff has given an interview to NBC, taped it yesterday, it was released today, and I'm recording this at 10 o'clock at night, Saturday, February 21st. And this is what the reporting says, that there are no names that the sheriff's team is looking into. And there's a snag with the mixed DNA at the Florida lab that the sheriff is using. What's interesting is Michael Ruiz from Fox says, like, this runs completely counter to what we've been told till now, or at least what we've discovered. Reporters and investigators who are looking into this case have discovered the statements from local law enforcement do not match what we've learned with our own eyes, that there are names that have been taken and photographs to various gun shops all around Tucson. Gun shop owners and workers have had actually been on television talking about it, running the names that they were given through their system, none of them apparently coming up positive at this point. So maybe it's semantics, but there were names. It's just that maybe those names haven't panned out. But again, it's the clarity is not there with regard to what the sheriff is saying. There's no names the team is looking into. FBI was certainly looking into names, upwards of 40. Brian Enton said upwards of 40. Other reporters saying several dozen. Photographs as well being taken around to local gun shops. It's also unclear at this point if the DNA that was recovered inside the house, the male profile, unknown male DNA that didn't match Nancy Guthrie or any of those people who are close to her, it's unclear if it's been used. This is sad. This is something that, you know, this is coming from how the sheriff has interviewed with NBC. And it's frustrating because the sheriff said that the lab that he's using is having trouble isolating mixed DNA samples. He said again that everything's still being analyzed, but this is troubling because we've been wondering why. We got a report back so quickly on gloves 2 miles away that had DNA in them that was, you know, sent off to CODIS, returned back, no hits, and also doesn't match DNA that's in the house. That now we're learning that this is a struggle. You know, we've been hearing before from the sheriff that there needs to be a separation of the mixture. That's kind of the wording that he was using before. But now that there's a snag with mixed DNA at the Florida lab, unclear if the DNA recovered has been useful at this time. So I thought right away to talk to Cece Moore. Cece is the chief genetic genealogist at Parabon Nano Labs. She knows everything. I mean, literally walking encyclopedia when it comes to DNA. And I had so many questions about the difficulty that the lab in Florida is having separating out the mix, as the sheriff told NBC. And then this report that there are these blood drops inside the house. I just had so many questions about what kind of mix could this possibly be. So I had a lengthy conversation with Cece about this, as well as the efforts, if they do get that sample, to upload it to CODIS at some point. Or if that doesn't work, use investigative genetic genealogy. And they're not the same thing. And there's a lot of confusion about it. And she clears it all up, exactly what the path is. So I want you to hear that conversation with CeCe Moore.
I didn't realize I was wasting $415 a month until I downloaded Rocket Money. I thought
and engineers to accelerate discovery.
If it was, for instance, blood, if she fought back.
And this is, I'm giving it in my lingo, is struggling to
Visit Moffitt.org/cancercare.
And is struggling to separate out this DNA. What does that say to you?
Yeah, it's really concerning, and it tells me that it's unlikely that it is Nancy's DNA mixed with the suspect, and that's really what I was hoping for. Because if it was Nancy's with an unknown male, then that almost certainly would be the suspect, especially if it was fresh DNA, if it was, for instance, blood, if she fought back, because clearly there was some kind of altercation. So that leads me to speculate it's more likely it's two or more unknown people's DNA. That's not so straightforward if you don't know who either of those contributors are. There might even be more than two, which really makes it very complex. If it was Nancy's DNA mixed with an unknown male, they have her DNA, they've got the blood from the front porch, it would be relatively straightforward to extract her portion out from that mixed sample. It's called deconvolution. And it's something we do a lot. Our scientists at Parabon are amazing at it. So a lot of my cases I've been able to help solve were from mixed samples. But you have to have a certain proportion of the person that you're trying to identify in that. If they are the minor contributor by a significant amount, if it's, say, 90% one person and 10% the person you want to ID, that can be virtually impossible. So it's really disappointing. I definitely had my hopes up that this was going to be a straightforward deconvolution, that it was Nancy and someone else, which would make it more definitively tied to the actual crime. If it's, say, transfer DNA, or what's commonly called touch DNA, from multiple unknown people, that really does make it difficult, and that's really disappointing.
I have so many questions about that, and the news that my source has broken to me today is that those blood droplets outside continued inside in the same pattern inside. I can't tell you where, just that the blood that was found inside the house, my source, law enforcement source, says it is the same droplet pattern. It's not a struggle, it's not a smear. But does that help you to sort of think through what might be happening in Florida?
Well, we don't even know if it is that sample, at all. It could be something completely different. Maybe they swabbed a faucet, for instance. Sometimes when people are at a crime scene for an extended period of time, which it sounds like this person was, they use the restroom. It's the oddest thing. There's been people who have spit in the toilet, who have used the toilet and left it and didn't flush it. And so we've been able to identify people that way. So it's so difficult to speculate as to what it is they have without more information. But just, as we just discussed, the fact that the deconvolution is difficult, if that reporting is true, that does make me believe it's less likely that it is one of those straightforward deconvolutions where you can extract out one person's known DNA.
And to be clear, the sheriff has only released that there is biological, matter that they are continuing to test. At one point said DNA, male DNA, not connected to Nancy or her immediate circle of known.
I actually did see him say it was a mixture. First, he was talking about separating it out, so I was speculating it was a mixture. But then I actually heard him use those words.
Yeah, and I have too. And I wondered, is it possible that now knowing this information, that there's this blood and its droplets inside the house, that there might have been some kind of a struggle or an injury happening where the assailant, expelled saliva or just expiring, his own breath may have mixed with her blood. Is that a possibility?
It certainly is, but I believe that if that was what they were working with, they would not be struggling with it. Now, I don't know how reliable that reporting is, but if that is correct, that is what leads me to believe that it is something, less straightforward than that. Ever since we heard there was a mixture, I was hoping it's Nancy's DNA, it's the suspect's DNA mixed, that, would be something that I don't think the lab would struggle with at all. But we've been contacted in the past where they've had 3 contributors or 4 contributors. And, if these are unknown individuals, it becomes very difficult, if not impossible, to separate that out, to be able to focus on just one person.
A lot of people would wonder, well, what kind of a mixed source might they have tapped? And I'm not suggesting you're going to know, but I thought if there's male DNA, it could be, came in a FedEx package, and the FedEx package went onto the counter in the kitchen. Is that the kind of thing that might end up becoming a mixed sample, or is that way off?
No, that's correct. And that is why it's so disappointing to me as well, because if it's not blood, if it's not saliva, if it's transfer DNA or touch DNA, as people call it, that is less likely to be the suspect, because we leave DNA everywhere we go. And you and I could be together, and I could get a piece of your hair on me, and I could go home and transfer that into my home, and you were never even there. So having someone's DNA, if it's transfer DNA, doesn't necessarily mean they were even there. We could shake hands and I leave a few skin cells on your hand, and then you could transfer that somewhere. And so it's just far less definitive, if that is the type of DNA that they're working with, that it's actually the suspect's DNA. And we know he had gloves. We know he was covered, right? We saw the video. So he was definitely making an effort to not leave any biological material behind.
But he was breathing. And doesn't breath just automatically expel, or is that just too small of a sample?
I think it depends. I think if somebody sneezed or coughed, you'd have a much better chance. Breathing, not so much. But he had that, what appeared to be that flashlight in his mouth. So that's really hopeful, because he likely took that out, right? So he's wearing gloves to try to keep from leaving his DNA, but there's saliva all over that, what looked to be a bite flashlight. He takes it out of his mouth. Now he has saliva all over his gloves. And that could absolutely have been left in the home. It would have been very difficult for him not to leave that somewhere. So that's hopeful. But maybe it's on the door, right? I'm not sure.
Handle, yeah. Right? Or, on the door handle, on the cameras that are missing, and my source said smashed, but certainly it is gone off that bracket. That could have, and I wondered that what appears to be a bite light in your mouth would also make you salivate, and maybe there had been some saliva that dropped on those front tiles.
Exactly. I've been speculating the exact same thing for the last few days, that if he leaned forward to disable that camera with that in his mouth, it would have been extremely difficult to keep from slobbering on the ground. So I think that's an option too, although that's more likely to be single source. And single source means, just that person's DNA. But it doesn't sound like that's what they're working with. If they had that, I don't think they'd be struggling, because it's unlikely there'd be anyone else's DNA right there under that.
And it was found inside the house. We know that the biological matter and that, this mixed sample of DNA is from inside the house. What else could that be? Could that be, I suppose it could be a lot of things, but yes, what sort of examples could you imagine in your line of work that a mixed sample inside the house could be?
Well, it could be blood, it could be saliva, it could be semen and bodily fluids, it could be touch transfer DNA. Those, and it could be hair, but not mixed. So if it's hair, it wouldn't be mixed. So if we're just talking about mixed exclusively, those are the only ones that I can think of. So it's it's either a bodily fluid or a sweat, which is typically, transfer DNA, is you find that. So
again, he's covered head to toe, so it's hard to imagine that any sweat would have.
Unless he touched something, that outfit looked uncomfortable. If he reached inside that, and he could very well have been sweating, or maybe some could have dripped, because he did have some bits of skin that were uncovered. And if he leaned forward, for instance, if Nancy was in the bed, for example, and he leaned forward, during the abduction. It's certainly possible something could have dripped on the sheets. I don't think we have any reason to believe there was a sexual assault, but we very commonly see mixtures in sexual assaults. That's very, very common. It's actually one of the reasons we work with them so often. Hopefully there was nothing like that, but we can't rule it out because we don't know what they found in the home. So, to summarize what you just asked, blood, saliva, semen, sweat, skin cells are probably the options that they'd be with.
So if we're talking about, skin cells are hard again because he's all covered up. But like you said, if he touched that bite light, now the saliva's on the glove, and he uses a door handle. He's got to open a door, right?
And then that would be mixed, right? Because a lot of people touched that door handle, undoubtedly. So you have to hope he was the last one who did, and he's the major contributor. You're always hoping in the mixture that your unidentified person that you need to zero in on is the majority of that DNA sample.
Can I ask you, it's hard to know what the sheriff means when he says that they're having trouble isolating mixed DNA samples. Mm-hmm. Is it possible they will never get an actual viable sample from a mix, or is it just possible that they're having trouble identifying it?
It is possible that they would be unable to deconvolute it to the point where it would be identifiable. That's why it's so disappointing.
Why is that? Too small a sample?
It's more it's the percentages. So if it is the minor contributor that you're trying to identify, and he's only 10% of that mixture, it can be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to identify that individual, especially if it's more than 2. If it's 2, I think, there's a chance. But if it's 3 and 4, and you don't have the reference samples for the other individuals in that mixture, then you've got a real problem. If they could say, okay, there's 3 people in this mixture, and one of them is Annie's. Okay, we've got Annie's DNA. We can work with that to extract it. That would be helpful. But then you still have 2 unknown individuals. And it's very difficult to separate that out without a reference sample unless one person's DNA is, by far the major contributor in that mixture. So I wouldn't say it's impossible. It just depends on so many factors. Depends on how many people in the mixture. It depends on the percentages. Is one person 50%, one person 40, and another 10? Is one person 90% and another 10? All of those things are what go into determining whether it's going to be able to be successfully deconvoluted and then identified.
And to be clear, I have mentioned this a lot in many of my episodes. This lab in Deerfield Beach, Florida, I think it's called DNA International. Is that
DNA
right?
Labs International, yes.
DNA Labs International. No joke. They are good.
Right.
And they have solved. Right. And I know that there was a lot of consternation early on. How could the sheriff do this? But literally, they are a phenomenal outfit that has solved crimes before, like really tricky crimes to solve. Mm-hmm. If they can't do it, is there anybody else who could? Or if they can't do it, you're at the end of the road.
Well, I don't want to advocate for Parabon, but I would say Parabon's bioinformatics scientists are specialists in mixture deconvolution. It's something that they are especially good at. A lot of my successful cases have been. But again, even for them, it's going to come down to the proportions and the number. So I don't know. I haven't worked with DNA Labs International's deconvolution because we have such good bioinformaticists at Parabon. So I don't want to say they're better than theirs. I don't know. But I believe very strongly in this lab. I've worked with them. They are great at extracting DNA. Parabon doesn't do extractions. So we've had them extract the DNA from the evidence on a lot of our successful cases that I've been able to go on and help law enforcement solve. And so I know how good they are on really difficult samples. So as I've been saying all week, I have full confidence in them. And I actually think the sheriff made a great choice because they're kind of a one-stop shop. They can do the extraction, they can create the STR profile, which is the one that's uploaded to CODIS, and they can create the SNP profile that's used for genetic genealogy, all in parallel, right? As soon as they do the extraction, they can start both of those other processes at once. And so he saved time because if you just send it to someone that only has the capability for the CODIS profile, which the FBI does, FBI doesn't have the capability to create a SNP profile for genetic genealogy in-house. They always send that out. And that is not something that is done in public labs, government labs. It's always a private third-party lab that creates that SNP profile. And so by sending it to a lab he has a lot of experience with, he's had a contract with them for a long time, he's obviously had a lot of successes with them, to me, that was a great choice. Was it the best choice? I don't know. I would think so, in my opinion, but I don't know all, the details. But the fact he was criticized for it, I think
you're in the business. I think people would value your opinion because this literally is your business. You know it better than any of us.
Well, I think he made a great choice. And the fact he was criticized for it was, in my mind,
The number one resolution for people last year was to save more money.
Is available around the clock.
it's a type of genetic marker.
Get to that process in a minute, but I just want to be super clear because sometimes I need people to talk to me like I'm 5.
As we all do, it's something we're not super familiar with.
Right. STR is the standard thing that most people are used to hearing about, but SNP, how does that differ in the most simplistic terms?
It's just a completely different type of genetic marker. So an STR is a short tandem repeat. It's a certain type of genetic marker. SNP is a single nucleotide polymorphism. It's a type of genetic marker that changes quickly. So we share 99.9% of our DNA. But if you want to identify someone, you need to look at the portions of the DNA that mutate more quickly, that vary among us. And the only reason that two people would share a significant stretch of SNPs is if they have a common ancestor in their family tree. And that is what our work is based on. We need to find people that share these long stretches of SNPs in their DNA because they can only inherit that from a common ancestor.
Most of what you're saying is lost on me, but let me ask you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying it the easy way. Okay, well, STRs,
let me ask you if this is accurate. Okay. And again, this is sort of I'm the neophyte in the room right now, but the way I've always understood it is you take a sample and you upload it to CODIS. And if it's a perfect 100% match, you get your result.
And it'll be the same string of numbers. Yes.
Okay. If it's not quite a full match, but it's a 50% match, CODIS will say, we can't help you, but you should take that 50% because we might actually have here a family member, a parent is 50%. If you get a 25% match, maybe it's a sibling or a cousin at 12%, or an aunt or an uncle, and you're on your own as a law enforcement agency.
What the fuck is that?
To the retail genealogy databases like 23andMe and Ancestry, and because they're private and not available, you got to use a warrant. Does that sound right, the way I explained it?
Mostly. So let's break it down. There's 3 different types of searching in databases. There's the STR profiles in CODIS where they're looking for an exact match. They can also search the state and local databases for that exact match. They're looking for that person who's been arrested and or convicted of a serious crime and they've been compelled to put their DNA in that database. Some states allow what's called familial searching. There's a lot of confusion with genetic genealogy and familial. Familial is using that same STR profile, that law enforcement genetic profile, to look for immediate relatives. It really only works for very close relatives, typically
like the 50%ers, like the parents,
parent, child, and full siblings. So full siblings also share on average 50%. Parents and children exactly 50%. Full siblings on average 50%. There is a more complex type of familial DNA searching in the law enforcement databases called YSTRs. And they're looking for people who share their direct paternal line. So their father's 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 line. And those could be more distant relatives, but they connect on that direct line. Then there's investigative genetic genealogy. So if both of those fail, we can broaden the search because we're looking at about 700,000 genetic markers across the genome, which gives us the power to find distant relatives, second, third, fourth, fifth cousins and beyond. Anyone who uploads their DNA or tests at one of those companies will have hundreds, if not thousands, of relatives on their match list. But now a match means a partial match. They might share less than 1% of their DNA, but they are still your relatives. It's just a matter of how far back your common ancestors are in the tree. If you share 12% of your DNA, you're probably first cousins. You share grandparents. If you share 3%, you're probably second cousins, share great grandparents. If you share 1%, you may be third cousins and share great great grandparents. So the amount of DNA tells us how far back we have to go in the tree to find the common ancestor. Now you got into the next thing, which is, though, despite the fact there are over 50 million, despite the fact that there are over 50 million people who have taken direct-to-consumer DNA tests, law enforcement is barred from using the vast majority of those profiles because the three largest companies have barred their use. So, and
again, it's not that they're trying to obfuscate or be difficult. These are private companies, and their clients, their customers, maybe didn't expect that suddenly, they bought this service and they were going to be opened up to law enforcement, and maybe their uncle would be arrested because of it. I mean, it's a fair move that they made to say it's private and it's not open for law enforcement.
Yes, it's fair, but what I've come to learn over the years is the vast majority of people believe that law enforcement is using ancestry DNA and 23andMe when they're not. In fact, I even hear it in the media all the time. So I've spent a lot of time trying to dispel this misconception. I also get a lot of emails and comments on social media where people say, I wanted to help you solve cases, so I tested at Ancestry or 23andMe. And I have to say, no, we can't access that. There's even people in my comments right now swearing that they were given the option to check a box to help law enforcement in Ancestry. That's not possible. That's never happened. So they're misremembering. But the majority of the people in those databases seem to believe law enforcement is already using them. Now, of course, the people that are more educated about the subject, the genetic genealogists, the people that are, have spent more time in this, know that they're not in there. And those people certainly, may have objections. But there are studies that have been done, long-term studies on the public perception of genetic genealogy. And it's been surprising. Even I was surprised at the level of support. About 91% of people supported the use of genetic genealogy to identify violent criminals. And so that wide support in the public, I would think, would encourage these bigger companies to create an opt-in system like GEDmatch. GEDmatch is one of the small databases that we can access. You check a box there if you're willing to let law enforcement compare against violent criminal profiles. Ancestry could do that. 23andMe could do that. They've chosen not to. They've taken the stance, we're not even going to give our customers that choice. That, if they would do that, that would be a good middle ground. And I don't think law enforcement would serve them with warrants. But I think the way it's going with the resistance that these companies have put up, I think there will be warrants served on these companies. There's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight. Some of these companies have really deep pockets. And it's going to be tough for them to win it because of the precedent that's been set in the past that it's hard to keep law enforcement out from somewhere that the public is able to go. And so I've had this explained to me by a former FBI lawyer, a brilliant man, Steve Kramer. And, it sounds, I'm not a legal expert, but it sounds like they're going to have a very good basis to serve these warrants and a very good chance that they could win and get this court order. And then they're in there seeing the whole database. It would be, so much better if people were given that option to choose. That's always what I'm advocating for, is freedom of choice.
I agree with you. It should be something that the customers have the right to opt into, because I do think a lot of people want to help. I mean, just look at the 40,000 tips that have come in to the FBI and to the local law enforcement in Tucson.
They just don't know that they have to download their raw data and put it in one of the three databases we can access, which are GEDmatch.
And name those three, just so everybody can hear. Name those three other databases that you can check a box and you can be part of the problem solving.
The three databases that we are allowed to use for these types of cases are GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and the new nonprofit database called DNA Justice. It's the smallest at the moment, but we're hoping to grow it. And what it's really good for are people who don't want their DNA in a public database where other people can see them. I have people contact me saying, I want to help law enforcement, but I don't want to be seen by my relatives. I don't want adoptees to see me, for instance. And so in DNA Justice, it's exclusively for law enforcement and investigative genetic genealogists who are working their cases. Nobody else can see the match list. So you don't log in like you do at GEDmatch and see the other people in there. So those are the three options, but you have to kind of jump through hoops if you're going to upload to GEDmatch and DNA Justice, because they don't test DNA. You have to have tested elsewhere. So you have to download your raw data and then go create an account and upload. Family Tree DNA will, and we lose a lot of people who want to help us during the
because it's a big process. That's a lot to ask. It's already a lot to ask of someone to just come in and volunteer this privacy issue, and then to ask them to take these other steps. Let me ask you about how rare the warrant process is, because I've heard you speak in the past that you're just so nervous in terms of crime fighting. You're just so nervous that you're going to lose that incredible opportunity if it's overused by too many warrants.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not something that has been done. There have not been warrants served on these large companies, 23andMe and Ancestry DNA. No, because they have a transparency report where they release if they have successful warrants, or I think any warrants, and they have gotten credit card information from their members, but no law enforcement, to my knowledge, and I'm pretty in the loop, has ever been able to get a sample into their databases, either surreptitiously or through a warrant. It just hasn't happened yet, but I believe it is coming. It would have happened if the Charlie Kirk murderer had not been identified so quickly, or the attempted assassination of President Trump, if they hadn't found that person. I can almost guarantee those warrants would have been served, but they identified those individuals in other ways. I don't know if this will be the case, but I think it's very possible this is the case. If it's not this case, it'll be another case very soon. I think the FBI is ready to serve those warrants on those companies. And you know, MyHeritage is a whole different discussion. We know it was used in Koberger, but that's because they accepted outside uploads. They used to allow you to test elsewhere and then port your raw data over there and upload it, just like GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA do. But they stopped doing that after the Koberger hearings revealed that their database was used. So now you have to swab your cheek and send it into them. At Ancestry and 23andMe, you have to spit in the tube and mail it in. And they can tell. People say, well, they'll just sneak the forensic sample in. No, it's not that simple, because when you spit in a tube, it is fresh DNA and lots of it. They make you put, I don't know if you've done it, but you put quite a lot of saliva. They do that partly so it's consented. They don't want people stealing other people's DNA. You know, I want to see if my boyfriend has any kids out there, right? Let's get his toothbrush. They don't want that to happen. They want to make sure the person whose DNA is being tested has consented to that. And so it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to try to sneak a small amount of a forensic sample in there. They'll reject it. They reject lots of samples. My brother-in-law's was rejected 3 times before it went through, you know, because some people don't have as many skin cells in their saliva, for instance. So they're very, very careful, and they have very strict standards for what DNA they will accept. So it's not like you can just dump some of the crime scene DNA in that tube and mail it in. It's not going to happen.
I always wondered about that, and it makes perfect sense, because I couldn't understand why I had to fill half of a tube when a crime can be solved like Koberger's with a tiny amount of DNA on the
they don't really need that much. You know, they really just need a much, much smaller amount.
DC, let me ask you this. I mean, it's frustrating, right? Because there are just millions upon millions of identities and samples, et cetera, in these commercial databases. But what do you think is going to break the seal? A case like Nancy Guthrie's, where there is this challenge, this warrant served? I thought that multiple warrants have been served in the past, but just not many. It really in the rarest of cases. And you're saying it's just never happened.
No,
do you see it
there's
happening?
Been a warrant served on GEDmatch. I just need to clarify that. When they went into opt-in, opt-out, they used to be wide open. And now it's opt-in, opt-out. And right after they switched to that system, there was a warrant served on them for the full database. But we already had the match list in that case. I worked that case. I already had the pre-opt-out match list. So it really wasn't necessary. And we weren't seeing anything new. I think maybe it was a test case for the people who decided to serve that. But it's been greatly discouraged because all of us doing this don't want to lose this amazing tool for law enforcement. So detectives, agencies, prosecutors, the FBI, everyone has kind of treated it with kid gloves. We don't want to alienate the public by going in there like a bull in a china shop. So that's why it hasn't happened yet. But
do you think that it's going to happen?
I do.
In this case, in Nancy Guthrie's case?
If they get a viable SNP profile and they're unable to identify that DNA contributor pretty quickly, I believe it will happen. If not this case, it's going to happen in another case very, very soon. I think they are ready to go. I think it's already written. I think they already have their arguments laid out, and it's just a matter of time before that happens. And the problem with that is once that happens, the dam is going to be open, right? And every agency, every law enforcement agency in the country and maybe outside the country may start serving those warrants. And that is probably not what we want either. But there's a lot of law enforcement agencies that are sitting on cases that we haven't been able to solve yet that are itching to serve a warrant themselves. And so far, they've all held off. Everyone's kind of waiting to see what DOJ and FBI does. But once there's a successful one, I really think there will be many. In fact, those companies will probably have to make a whole separate unit for dealing with them, which I can't imagine they want to have a legal team that is dealing with warrants and court orders all day long.
Well, this has just been so enlightening and so helpful because I think there is a lot of confusion about the business of DNA and genealogy and familial testing, et cetera. So thank you so much, A, for the work that you do, for the incredible wisdom that you've been able to gather and digest. And thank you for imparting it on us. I really appreciate it. There's also new reporting from the New York Post today that is troubling for the sheriff. I know he's come under a lot of fire, but this is what the New York Post is reporting. They're saying Sheriff Chris Nanos is under fire for locking down the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's abduction, limiting all decisions to just himself and 2 senior officers, according to a new report. Nanos, who has also faced intense scrutiny for sidelining the FBI, is only allowing Chief Jesus Lopez and Captain Juan Carlos Navarro control over the hunt for Mrs. Guthrie. Quote, he will only let himself or 2 of his hand-picked staffers make decisions on the case, one insider said. Quote, everybody else is being told what to do. No one else has a say-so or an opinion. It's just 3 men making decisions. It's incredibly unusual to do that when you have so many people working together and the FBI are involved, the source added. Additional quote, it's limited to the thought process of 3 men. They keep everything from the FBI. They just aren't sharing. It's a pretty strident, accusation from someone who says they're inside the investigation. And this is what they added. So no actual detectives are steering this, just command staff. This is highly unusual. Normally, an experienced detective would steer it and provide updates through the chain of command, this insider explained. To be fair, it's typical, this insider continues, to keep details under tight wraps, as we saw in the Idaho case. What is unusual, the source says, is command driving the investigation. It's the tail wagging the dog. So again, more sort of chatter from the ground through sources. Again, this is a report in the New York Post. They're citing the Daily Mail from people who are just upset and saying that they just don't like the way this investigation is being run. For his part, the sheriff gave a statement again today, and here it is. Not a lot there. Neighborhood activity. They start with detectives are back. Detectives and agents, which means detectives from the sheriff and agents from the FBI, are back today in the Guthrie neighborhood canvassing as part of the investigation. No additional details will be provided. We appreciate the cooperation this morning with the traffic movement. Apparently the crews came out. They placed barricades on the roadway. There was a bunch of signs that came up. I saw that with Fox Digital. They captured these crews coming out, posting no parking signs. And I can tell you that's basically just, it's been a zoo on Nancy Guthrie Street. Upwards of 300 media at one point showed up. And so as of just late in the week, they decided to change the roadway to one way only and allow zero parking on one side. And, they're just trying to make things workable for the people who still live there, emergency vehicles that need to get through, garbage trucks that need to get through. It was all just getting very, very difficult. And so this was sort of the update. Also, there's another mention, gloves, the sheriff says in the update. Detectives and agents have collected multiple gloves from the area, and analysis is part of the investigation. Specific details about these pieces of evidence will not be shared publicly, as this remains an active investigation. Resources, there have been no changes in resources. In this investigation, there may be fluctuations day to day based on investigative leads. Several hundred law enforcement personnel remain dedicated to this case. This will remain an active investigation until Nancy Guthrie is found, or all leads are exhausted. And then the comment from the sheriff about DNA. All evidence from the crime scene and search warrant scenes has been submitted for analysis. Lab experts are working through that analysis. As with any biological evidence, there can be challenges separating DNA, etc. Currently, no updates regarding this process. Well, there is an update, Sheriff. You just gave it to NBC. So this is what makes people very frustrated, because they hear one thing from you today and you tape something with NBC yesterday that is different, saying, in fact, there is a struggle going on at the lab in Florida to separate this unknown male DNA from a mixture. So again, clear as mud in the messaging, and also a little unfair too, because this is what happens when things are complicated. You get messy reporting, and the public gets messy details and messy facts. All right, something else that the sheriff put in his statement: helicopter / landfill. That's the title. Yesterday, there was a lot of reporting about a private helicopter searching in what looked like a grid pattern over a landfill in the Tucson area. What the sheriff says is the private aerial activity near a landfill yesterday was not related to this investigation. All that says to me is that the investigators weren't involved. Does it mean that a private searcher wasn't trying to do something? It's hard to say, because even if they were using the signal sniffer, that would be part of the investigation. So take that for what it is. Also, private search parties. The sheriff is, it seems, discouraging volunteer search parties. Let me read you his words. Volunteer search groups have inquired about being in the area. Per the sheriff, they were asked to please give investigators the space they need to do their work. We appreciate their concern, and we all want to find Nancy, but this work is best left to professionals. Pima County Sheriff's Department has volunteer opportunities if they wish to get involved with the department. Private property laws apply. It is up to each individual property owner to grant permission for anyone to be on their property. I understand that. That makes sense. But I also have heard criticism that, for God's sake, the desert is a big place. Why not enlist the help of others? Search parties for Elizabeth Smart were enormous. Private search parties came in and they were looking everywhere. And in a lot of the cases that I've covered, private search parties come in, people that are well established with law enforcement, work well with law enforcement. So I'm a little surprised that they're just being discouraged outright by the sheriff, because again, the desert's a big place and they need as many eyeballs as they can get, you would think. But again, doesn't want to corrupt or disturb their investigative process in any way. Media availability. There are currently no press briefings scheduled. We do not anticipate any sheriff media availability next week. Woof. If that changes, we'll let you know via email or via the Pima Sheriff account on X. Okay, well, that's why there's mixed messaging. You give these cherry-picked interviews out, and then you put out a statement the next day that doesn't even match the interview that you gave yesterday. It's all very troubling. It's been frustrating. I'm not going to lie. But I encourage you all. I've said this a few times and I'll say it again. 1-800-CALL-FBI is the place to call for tips, okay? 40,000 plus tips have now come in to the sheriff and to the FBI. But they do ask that think about it before you call. think, is this a viable tip? Don't call with your series. That's not what they need. Or complaints. Don't do that. It is really just tips. And to that end, is there somebody who's been acting weird? Somebody you know in the Tucson area that started acting weird on February? Changed, behavior changed. They disappeared for big chunks of time and then reappeared, and they were nervous, but then they disappeared again. And maybe in the ensuing days, their patterns were just inexplicable, as was their behavior. That's a tip. That is a tip. Because whoever did this to Nancy Guthrie didn't have a normal routine that next day or the day after. Probably had some real abnormalities in their routines. So you've got the body shape, you've got the bending, the gait, the way the person moves, the mustache and what looks like a goatee. You've got all that to go on. Some of those clothes, that gun holster, that backpack, balaclava, got all that to go on. And then the behavior. Does it just, yeah, so-and-so was acting real weird and didn't come to work for like 2 days with not a good excuse. Or, yeah, they just keep vanishing and no explanation. Or they're acting real strange and uncomfortable. I can't explain it. Those are good tips. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you so much for listening. Don't forget, the member...
All right, guys.
Crime radar at 818. There was a BODY found wrapped in a tarp.
Thanks.
Do you have a location?
Yes. It is. It is on West Irvington Road.
How far is that?
Let me look here.
Do y'all usually have bodies found in tarps?
No.
Girl, were you not there last week when we found one in a cactus?
Girl, I
Oh,
was. Like,
Nikki.
this is why.
Was it a jumping cactus? Because I mean,
Well, and that's why it's like I'm trying to be the
Was
calm
it the region?
voice here
I'll just say
because
there was one found in the cactus.
yeah, and then they reported it as a 41-year-old male, and
and then it was a
yesterday it came.
woman,
Yes, then it was a 23-year-old woman.
and it
Oh
was
shit.
a
Well,
vehicle accident.
widow, it's
And
dark out there.
yeah, well, you know,
listen,
Sarah Sue, listen, some people might just not have great eyesight. We don't
right?
know. We
Listen,
have
I
questions.
It says it.
they should not be ultrasound technicians because they obviously don't know private parts.
Oh, well,
Just saying.
I mean that too. Yeah, I was just talking about the darkness.
Well,
Oh
I
my
said,
gosh.
okay, you went there.
it looks like
You
it's
have
a
to go
little
there.
over 20 minutes away because it brought me like halfway down West Irvington to a random like.
And I mean, my opinion is anything BODY related, I would definitely key into.
Yeah, that's why I
That
wanted to bring it up.
said, I'm not gonna like sit here and
Yeah.
freak out about it, but definitely keep our ears open or
Yeah.
ears, yeah.
Somebody send out the super drone.
So what you were saying, basically, Nikki, is that we're not gonna call JLR and send him out there right now.
No,
Wait.
I would
Somebody
not.
contact JLR.
No,
No,
don't.
you
Not
He's
don't.
it.
not
I'm
happy
kidding.
right
I
now.
was kidding. It was
You
joking.
got you
No, go
guys.
to Dad's Gone Wild or whatever y'all.
Yeah, who is
Or
that guy, by the way?
857.
He's from Florida.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to know more about him because
Wait,
I
Dad's
know
Gone
of
Wild
him,
is
but
from
like,
Florida?
Yep.
yeah, where'd he come
You're
from?
from Florida. Hold on, I need to know these things.
And he only goes off facts. He's not a hunch type white tier.
Okay, well,
I
hold
need to
on.
know where in Florida he's from.
I
I
watched what he did
don't
the other
have the
night, and he was driving around listening to the scanner, which I get it, but at the same time, like, facts regarding what case? Because if you're just following the scanner, you don't know what you're following.
Yeah.
That's a truth.
Okay, guy, chat. I need you to find out where in Florida Dad's Gone Wild is from. Please, and thank you.
I'm guessing
And
Daytona, but I'm just guessing.
He lives in
No,
Bakersfield,
I need him to be
California.
on the
Sarah
golf
Sue said, I
course.
have a
Thank you very
hunch.
much.
Dad's gone wild.
Um,
Daytona. I don't know.
so
New
JR is
York, New
not
York,
very
New
far from
York.
me.
JR is freaking out,
Oh,
y'all, on the
Bakersfield,
twit.
California. I thought he
That's
was from
down.
Florida.
Widow,
That's
stop lying to me.
he's
What the
from.
heck?
He's from New York.
Oh my God, y'all.
I mean,
He's from.
listen. Somebody says
I'm
from California too. So listen, they're all really close. They're all in the United States. So I know what y'all are talking about, guys.
listen. I got
It's
to
okay.
deal with BHB and JLR.
They are
Come
Stop
not
saying
close,
on.
their
Sarah Sue.
names.
I
Don't
can't.
bring
Well, you
them
guys,
here.
we've covered the whole fucking continental U.S. right now. Like we've
Why
gone
do
Oh,
from
wait,
why do
no, I'm
I have
sorry.
Bakersfield,
He
two of
is
California
them?
to New
From
York to
Cali.
Florida.
I
What are we
I should only
missing?
have one of them.
I
Well,
really think he's from Maine.
Okay.
I
Dad's
thought
your mother
we've
from
gone off the
Florida.
chains now for sure. 867. That is
we
off the
need
chain.
one from each
I mean,
state. Where are you guys from? Okay.
He's from Cali. I mean, I'm sorry.
Mm. You want to go with like the other like San Diego? Throw that out there.
Maybe Arkansas at this
Oregon,
point.
Washington. That's where he's from, Washington.
Kelly, sing the states, children.
Alabama, your sister is saying check your text.
No, I'm not. I'm in trouble. I already know it. I'm scared.
Oh, of her? I wouldn't be
Um,
Yeah,
scared of her.
he knows I've been on the YT now.
Oh, what were you? Well, no, now I'd be scared. What were you doing over there?
Ah,
mhm.
nothing. Did you see my chroma baby? He was so cute. She's so cute of me. Let me
What
show
the hell were
y'all.
you doing over there?
I was nothing.
Whose panel?
Being nosy.
It
And
was
are you under
Granny.
your real name over
It was
there?
Granny's. I really like her sometimes.
I like Granny too.
Listen, I got a
I
crop my
like
baby
I
though.
like
Listen,
doggy.
Bama. At a certain point, I can't continue to go to bat for you if you keep throwing yourself in the fire. Okay?
I know it. It's TikTok's fault. They
No,
took
it's your
my
fault.
freedom.
It's your fault. You keep doing it. Avoid, abort. Don't go there.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Danger, Will
But my
Robinson.
baby sure
Danger.
is cute.
Mm-hmm.
Danger, Will. Did you just go over there to have a baby? Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay, well, I
Wait,
can get that.
Sarah'll
I get
forgive
that.
you if its
who,
name is Capri.
Yeah, did you
Let
name it?
wait. Who's having a baby with who?
me show y'all in.
I
She's going to
I
show you.
Watch
There's a
dog.
Yeah,
long,
boss,
yeah,
she did.
yeah.
my other hearing aids turned
Okay,
on, so I
yes, he
couldn't
is
hear
from
anything.
Bakersfield.
Oh, good. We've got okay.
I just verified it.
California.
Yeah,
They,
Cali.
Hey, y'all know
Bakersfield.
what? I bought this thing off the TikToker. TikTok, I want my refund. Okay, y'all seen those things where it says that tape you can make it expand into all kind of shit?
The what?
Like it's the expandable tape. Let me show y'all. Okay.
The alien
You
tape.
should
What are
pin
you
it,
talking about?
because that would
Alien tape.
help. You should pin it because that
Look
helps
how
the
pretty
Look
person.
how
my
cute
baby
you
is.
are.
Actually,
She
I
So
is
heard that you
beautiful.
shouldn't pin stuff or
yeah,
sale stuff when you're talking
That's
true crime.
it's
I heard
alien
yeah,
tape. Yeah, that's
Oh, that's
alien tape.
pretty.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. This is shit. I want my money back. TikTok.
It's
Well, don't
supposed
say
to
that.
expand, like
Don't say that right now
stretchy
because you
expand.
just got an.
You love that, Bama.
Uh,
That's so pretty.
Hey,
mm-hmm.
Nanny. I'm gonna need you to
Bama,
step in and
Bama,
control your daughters
your
because
That's
sister
we've
Bama,
got
said
one
fine.
in
check
the
your
chat that's yelling at the
fucking
other on the
chat.
live.
you better be good, Bama.
I'm
Nanny, I'm
not
going to
No,
Don't
take
no,
both
you
of
be
them to the
following
altar.
me over to YT.
no.
I'm taking
Read
both
your
of y'all to
other
the altar.
daughter's messages in the chat.
Let me
mama,
see.
sister. I got it.
Listen,
Okay, chill,
listen.
sister.
Chris, what you doing?
She said, "Read your fucking chat." That's what I mean. Text.
Oh,
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 I have a
you better
rule with
straighten that
my
mouth.
kids. I don't get involved in their shit, and
Chris,
they're
don't you
best
ever say
friends.
that again.
nobody told me earmuffs before they said that either.
How
Good
dare you
Yeah,
Lord.
be saying
Crystal.
I'm
stuff
Look, you're
like
saying
sorry.
that?
that with Sarah
I'm
Sue
kidding.
up
I'm
I'm
here.
kidding,
sorry,
babe.
Sarah Sue. Do I
I'm
need
My,
you
kidding,
to
vir-
babe.
pin it?
my
I
virgin
think I've
ears can
realized
take
that
it.
Nanny's favorite child is the one that you guys don't talk to.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it is.
That's
Wait,
what I think I've realized at this point.
there's another one.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
there's another
Listen,
one. Yeah,
she's in
we
the
don't know where she's
hospital.
at. She might be Skid Row. We don't
She's
know.
in the hospital. My
Tina
papa came and told me
Troll,
today
she
and could made
said.
me
Is she
feel like shit.
okay?
But I
No,
think
I
that's
don't know.
She's
Nanny's
what?
favorite.
She's in the hospital. Papa said.
Chris said, Miss Sarasota, don't
Oh,
read
y'all,
the
I gotta go
chat.
check on my baby. Take me down.
Bye.
I gotta go check on
Love you,
my
Alabama
daughter.
nanny.
Y'all, we found out today that y'all can drop yourselves. It doesn't affect anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, my papa came over here and visited for a few minutes, and he was like, your sister's at the hospital. And I'm like, so? And he's like, you don't care? And I'm like, no, I
Yes,
don't
she
talk to her.
does. Lord
I
Jesus
don't even
Christ.
have her number.
Yeah, she does care. She didn't.
Okay.
Oh no,
Lord
she
Jesus.
cares because she'll drive around on Skid Row on Google Earth Maps looking for her.
She might be in here. Don't let her know that.
No, I'm just telling everybody.
Yeah, we're
All
telling all of them.
417 of us, she told.
Yep.
She be
Bama,
driving down on Skid Row.
I
And
want to
she don't
see
drive.
Trauma Baby.
Yeah, we didn't see the Chroma baby yet, babe.
Oh, here, I gotta show y'all. This fucking thing is a piece of crap that I just bought. I want my money back. I can't get
Just
it to
send
blow
it.
up.
Just do the return.
Okay, let me see. Let me show y'all my
Where's
credit.
JLR tonight? I hope he's changing his shorts.
JR is spazzing out on the Tweety.
Yes, he is.
What is he doing?
He's
Well,
fighting
but
with what's its
Oh,
face?
still?
What?
yeah, they're
Girl,
going
yeah,
back and
they're going to
forth.
continue. It's going to continue.
Oh
Oh my
my.
gosh.
That's you as a little sassy thing. Oh
That's
my
my
God.
friend.
Look at big blue eyes.
How come I couldn't hear what she was saying though?
Oh no, I don't want to do that. Okay, fine.
Got to go in the house. I'm just.
Okay, let's go back.
Earmuffs, guys, earmuffs.
Yeah, it's the earmuffs. Where'd it go?
Does anyone have an update on Mexico? I will look in
Yeah,
just one
cancel your
moment.
plans.
Yeah, don't go for the next ever.
For
Mark
the
that.
next ever.
Color that in black like I've done Arizona.
That would be so.
Don't go.
Rowena.
Okay, listen, this is what it said.
Yep.
We were
Don't
talking about
your niece or
this
nephew.
person supposedly being
Why the
pregnant.
fuck would you guys send Rowena in there?
Listen, and I said, I said Rowena could deliver the baby.
I'm just like,
Now watch Rowena when she comes up. Rowena's elderly. She's funny as shit.
roast infested, black mold enlisted. Doesn't she have a back porch? It's got a kitchen and everything, right? She said there was a kitchen in the back porch. Hello. As someone said earlier, the good thing with Craig saying he got his ancestry done is at least they have his fucking DNA on file now. So if anything happens, Rowena. Rowena wants a link. She's gonna hurt me. Don't let her come up here. Oh my God. Good. I hurt you too. Oh, she in here. I wouldn't have said that if I'd known she was
Fucking
in
awesome.
I'm hearing her for that shit. Know who had your back here, Rowena? Wasn't them. Fuck.
Can we please all be babies now?
What are those? What are those
Yes.
things the hogs drink out of? Why can't? Hold on. Now, see, she won't even have to go nowhere near the house. She could just deliver it in the bed of that dually. They got fucking. Listen, the way those windows over there just be combusting.
Yeah, it's great.
Just stay away from that property, Rowena. Just stay away. What the fuck is that? That's her face right now. You broke my heart.
Clue.
The child is
Okay.
crying.
I was like, why do I know that voice?
I'm so
It's
sorry,
Clue.
Rowena. Not me. No, fuck you, Alabama. For that. I'm with you. Let me just put it this way. God himself does not have enough money for me to touch anything on her body or her home. But why would you have to touch it? You gotta cut the cord it's attached to her. No, I thought that's what the dude did. You really think that I'm gonna give that drunk piece of shit a pair of scissors near a baby? Stop it. He's gonna cry for hours over this conversation.
Oh my gosh.
I love
Okay,
Rowena.
I
we
feel like we're in the
all
Matrix of some point, of some sort. I don't even know at this point.
You
But I
guys,
want to all be
we
babies.
all need to be babies.
I'm gonna be Capri Sun. I called it. Y'all can't be it. I'm it.
You
All right,
got
that was
it.
actually really funny.
It
It
was
was really
That
funny.
was.
That's
All right,
awesome.
we gotta be babies. How do we do
Yes.
Girl, I don't know. Like girl over there named she has like a channel called Chroma Babies. I have no idea who it is.
that? Okay, well,
Like she stayed
befriend her,
anonymous.
bitch. Come on.
Bitch,
Yeah.
I did. I told her I was like,
We
girl,
want to
Nikki,
be
but she's on
look
the
at my
tube.
baby. She made it for me. I don't even know who she is, but thanks.
You're sending
All
her
right,
back over there, Nikki.
Krama
She's on the
babies, come
tube.
over here. We're the
Okay,
fun
there you go.
people.
Look, let me show you one more of Granny's watching. Look, Granny's watching is so freaking cute. Look at this one.
all those ones are
Crashed.
so
I'm
damn
sorry,
cute.
folks. The bus crashed.
Look how cute Granny's watching is.
Let me get the ladies. Oh, there's Chloe. She found us.
She is
Girl, that was the
adorable.
weirdest thing. Don't you talk to me. I hope you got insurance. This road rash that I had from being tossed off this bus while we was leaving, I'm you. I'm
Oh my
upset.
gosh.
I broke my ankle. Wait, what's crazy is we could hear each other, but they couldn't hear us. I couldn't hear you. I could only hear nonsense. That's so weird. And I'm like, they're stuck on the other screen. Did you hear us talking? No, I was here. Oh, okay.
Look at this one.
They have so many cute ones.
So these are like real conversations, but they just turn them into babies.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
panel like we do over here. It's panel talk over there.
so we could turn our live conversation. Some of the stuff that I've said on here, like peeing on and wiping with my sock.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
you
Oh
can
yeah,
make
we're gonna
drama
turn you into a
babies.
baby saying all that.
Yeah.
Nikki,
Yeah.
So you could
Mary
sing a
Coleman,
common song as a
in
baby.
What'd she say?
reference to the two pictures and the
Hmm.
statement that Nanos put out,
Hold
she
on.
wrote,
Oh God. Hold on. Let me say something real quick,
oh,
and it will either debunk or confirm my theory that she's the new Caitlyn to the Nanos, if you know what I'm saying.
I got a
Yeah.
Natasha Cooper
All right,
baby.
let's go. What'd she say?
she said, we're comfortable with our law enforcement source, so sticking with it. Throughout this entire investigation, we've received different information from law enforcement, even though PCSD says there's no bad blood between anyone. We report what both sides are telling us.
She's staying neutral. Okay.
Yep. Switzerland.
And
Yep.
JLR said that apparently volunteers plan to hand out flyers throughout the neighborhood tomorrow.
So my opinion on Mary, I don't know how long. Let me look into that tomorrow. I don't know how long she's been there. She's not willing to be. Listen, you have the journalists that are gonna like just go with their gut and go against. Like they're gonna go with whatever they're feeling and what they want to report and what they believe is the true facts. And then you have the people that are gonna play it really safe. Mary somehow falls in the middle for me, where I feel I've gotten a sense that like she's either close to the PCSD or just new and not willing to kind of like go rogue, if that makes sense.
See, I feel like she's in it because she's local and got the
Yeah,
ransom.
she got the first letter. Well, the station
Yeah,
got the
well,
first letter. Yeah.
yeah. So like, I feel like she's like in it, and so she's had to work with the law
Right.
enforcement.
And
But I don't know
therefore,
that
she's
she's
not going to
buying
ruffle
all
any
the
feathers.
bullshit. Yeah.
She's not going to ruffle any feathers and speak,
2021.
What?
2021 is when she started. She's a
How
Tucson
old is she?
native.
So she's just
Um,
barely out of
She's
school.
a baby.
yeah.
So yeah, I would say I was new to all the
Oh,
time for the next
yeah.
15 years. But
She
like I knew
And
graduated
listen,
from
nothing,
U of
no
A.
offense to her. No offense at all. I think she's great in her reporting. She's great at what she does. I'm just saying this from a standpoint of like, those are the reporters that are local that are not going to,
they
they're the
have to live
ones that
there.
will listen to what Nano says and stand by him and say, this is the facts. They're not going to question anything.
Well, it's like rooting for your home
Well, I feel
team. They have to live
Exactly.
there, type
yeah,
stuff.
but I
But I mean,
also she says we're comfortable with our law enforcement source, so sticking with it. And so it kind of seems like she's not sticking with Nanos.
Yeah.
Whoever her law enforcement source is ain't Nanos, and she's like, we're
Well,
comfortable
because
with
I
our
think
law
that they
enforcement
truly
source,
have a
and we're
legit
sticking with it.
source. But she's also, but say that again. What did she follow it up with?
she's being vague.
She said we're comfortable with our law enforcement source, so sticking with it throughout the because what's up Tucson said a post I shared from Mary Coleman. Oh no, I lost it. Hang on. Let me go to my retweet. That's why I retweet all the things I reference.
You smart girl.
Um it says, what's up, Tucson? A post I shared with Mary Coleman at KOLD suggested the two photos were taken on different days. Apparently, that not be the case after all. And then it shows the Pima County remark about it. And then she said, we're comfortable with
Hold
our
on, what
law
did they
enforcement
say?
source. That's
What
where they
was
said we are aware that doorbell images released earlier in the investigation depict a suspect in different stages of attire, including with and without a backpack. There is no date or timestamp associated with these images, therefore, any suggestion that photographs were taken on different days is purely speculative. This remains an active and ongoing criminal investigation. As with any investigation, conclusions will be guided by verifiable evidence and established facts. Speculation without factual support does not advance the investigative process.
and
And
she
that's what they
said,
said. We're comfortable with our law enforcement source, so sticking with it. Like sticking with those were
okay,
taken on 2 different days. Throughout this entire investigation, we've received different information from law enforcement, even though PCSD says there's no bad blood between anyone. Like
okay,
there's
all
a
right. So
like the
hearing that
framing there's a
back, yeah.
risk, and then she says we report what both sides are telling us.
All right. So yeah, no, hearing that back, I think that she's starting to kind of like,
Lean a different way, but not
yeah,
all the way.
Yeah.
lean a different way, but not completely go against what Nanos is saying.
Because she
And I
wants
Wants
felt
to
to
keep her
so
wants to
mhm,
keep
keep
her
that open.
Nanos connection open 100%.
I
Mm-hmm.
felt so bad for her on that last ransom that she got. Oh my gosh, her face was just white.
Well, and here's the thing that I'm wondering. It's not her that got it.
It
So,
came in as the tip.
in my opinion, it came to the newsroom and
Hmm.
she was
It was
the
vetted before
anchor
she read it.
that was in charge at that time. And therefore, she got the lead and then, continued to be the one to cover those updates.
I don't think she got it like
No, it wasn't sent to her
online,
email, in my
like right when she
opinion.
was live,
That
and it
went to
was
the
just
news
like,
desk.
yeah.
But she seemed like
She was
whatever
probably
was in
bothered.
it was bad.
Yeah. She probably
Yeah.
was bothered. I mean, she's young, like Nikki said, she's a baby, and so dealing with all this, I mean, that's a lot of that's a lot.
We
Hmm.
also we also don't know what exactly was in that second ransom letter.
Exactly. Because
Um,
that's when we saw Savannah come out and say, "We understand you."
right.
Well, and I'll
So
just throw this out there, and I don't believe that this source is reliable anymore, but if we want to believe the Midwest Pundit, he was the one who said that whatever came out in that second one that just went to KOLD, that they had received proof of no life.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's kind of what I. Just the way that they said, like the celebration and all of that. To me, that was a celebration of life that they were wanting.
So Nikki, now that we listened to that again
Yeah.
with the the mixed DNA and stuff, what are you thinking? What are your thoughts?
My gut still leans towards there's a very small amount of an unknown person.
But she said multiple times that it is unlikely Nancy's because that would be easy.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's where I'm like, I don't like, but then
Yes.
again, what would the source be that would
But
be 2 unknown people in that house mixed together? What
but
kind
I
of
still
sample
I
would it be?
still
Like, are
took
they
it.
fighting with each other? Or
No,
is
I
he
get
being
it.
just
I
like
get
a
it, but
martial
I
artist
still
that we
take
don't
it
know?
as like if it's just one source. And this is just me. Like if it's just one source, it's just Nancy. That's easy. It's Nancy.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So the way I took it was like it's Nancy and an unknown source.
Yeah, but then they could pull out all the markers that was Nancy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what she said.
Right, right. But if it's a small percentage,
But it doesn't have
it's
to
that
even be.
percentage.
It doesn't even have to be red stuff though. It could be
It could be a spit.
sweat,
Yeah.
sweat or spit mixed in with the other.
The way I take it is that they have Nancy. Nancy's not a
Right.
part of the conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they are trying to determine is such a small portion of this mixture. And therefore, they're struggling because of whatever form it came in, whether it be red stuff, spit, sweat, we can go
Right.
down the list,
Mhm.
that it is so small, but yet it still detected male DNA that is unknown. And to separate such a small portion is almost impossible. That's just how I take it.
I
Well,
mean,
that's the way I took it too.
I can, get on board with that, but I do think it would be more than one meal.
Yeah,
And
I
And it
think
could
so.
be.
the only thing I can think of, I don't want to say. So
Yeah. And the thing was,
I have not, I'm sorry, Widow. I have not
oh,
taken it, hearing it back again, like I don't take it as though Nancy's is not a part of it. I take it as though, yeah, we know Nancy. Of course, Nancy's is in here. So let's eliminate that. Like
They've got to separate
that's a
the
given.
other from
Well,
Nancy because they already have
see,
her.
but that's what she said though, is that one of the first things she said is, I'm really concerned because if it was Nancy and somebody else, that'd be super easy
yep.
and they could take out Nancy's and they'd have it. But that's
If it's
obviously
a
not what we
certain
have here.
percentage, like if it's 50-50. Like I think we're reading too much between the lines of like if it's Nancy's and somebody else, it's more so like if it's Nancy, I don't know. It's just that's just
Not how
me.
yeah, no, that's just not how I took it. And again, it'd
I'd
be
take
really
it
great if
like
we could
you,
find someone that
867.
knew so we can ask this.
They just need to run the dang test and tell us.
Well,
they need to be able to separate it out. And I think if it's the way I was understanding her, that she thinks, and of course she doesn't know because she doesn't work at that lab, but she was thinking it was 2 meals, and that's what they were having problems
Separating.
separating out because they couldn't separate out like what markers belong to who.
Well,
Well,
and
yep.
because they're so close that they're twins.
that's the other thing that you guys have to think about is the fact that like this woman, she wasn't there at the crime scene. She doesn't know. What we know, and well, take it for what it's worth, but what we know is that Sheriff Nanos has stated, amongst others, that it was biological material
So
DNA.
it could be FLESH
It could be a
ish
number of things,
stuff
but
thing.
at the end of the day, it's biological DNA. And so he didn't say touch DNA
Right.
because we talked about this last night about like, okay, somebody that works at the house that comes in every day that possibly delivers a package and then they have their fingerprints and touch DNA on the countertops. And then something happened that caused splatter on
Hmm.
those countertops. You're dealing with like two different mixtures on top of each other.
Because the
But
Amazon driver had their.
right.
Okay, yep, I get
Yep.
that. Hmm.
But the way that this was described was separating biological mixture DNA.
So it wouldn't be separating a biological with a touch. Because that's what
Exactly.
it would be with the
Okay.
Amazon package or something like that. It would be two
So
biologics.
I just looked up what biological DNA is. It is fundamental, double-stranded, molecular carrying genetic instructions for the development, function, growth, and reproduction of all living organisms. Let's see.
Well,
It
did
can
you?
be, it's such as red stuff, SA, skin
Mhm.
cells, saliva, hair, and bone.
Right, but it wouldn't be hair because it wouldn't be mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously it's not bone.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be mixed either.
I'm
Which
fixing to
is
start
why
wearing a
she
hairnet
said,
everywhere I go.
this is why she said blood, saliva, sweat, semen, and skin cells.
Yep.
Right.
So,
But I think, in my opinion, we can rule out sweat because I mean, how are two people gonna sweat in the same exact space and leave it? You know what I
Well,
mean?
they could sweat, the other person could have red stuff. Or if
yeah.
they could sweat, the other
True.
person could have skin cells. It
You're
doesn't
right.
have to be the same biologic in definition, but it could be, two different things, but they're both biologic. So, um, so I'm hoping and thinking that he was so covered up with all the stuff garb we saw him in that he was sweating, like she said.
You're
Yeah.
right. I didn't think about two different things.
Yeah.
They could have used the toilet, like she said. They could have washed their hands and touched the faucet.
Hmm.
It could be saliva from the bite light.
It could have
Yeah.
been as simple as him being somewhere or her being somewhere and having skin cells on them that were from someone that is actually completely innocent.
Happy made a good point. It could be somebody coughing, like 6 feet away, even. It could be somebody coughing.
Yep.
I mean,
That's why
we
I said I'm
know
fixing to
that.
start wearing a hairnet everywhere I go. For the love of God, I shed so much hair. Like,
Well, this is what I think is interesting. Okay, she said, Banfield said that the red stuff on the inside of the house is the same as the outside. It is straight down droplets that are not smeared in.
Hmm.
Right? There's no smears, there's no footprints
Yep.
in it, there's no nothing.
I told you what I thought about that last night.
I feel like that's really interesting because
Hmm.
there's also, again, Schmamicide was called in. So there has to
Hmm.
be a lot of that kind of red stuff.
the inside.
And it's mixed. And we know that they
Like
said
somebody carried
definitively
it.
that, well, they know that it's mixed because they said it was obvious that she didn't go on her own free will. So to me, again, it sounds like they're trying to say that there was a struggle.
Yeah.
And so in that struggle, obviously Nancy was fighting back somehow. Do they have like and again, if is there more than one perpetrator? And I think this might be the mix is why they're looking for more than one person. Because did Nancy be trying to scratch a mother effer's eyes out and she like got DNA from both of them and broke a nail and they found her nail with two different DNAs under it.
Yeah. That's
You know what I
good.
mean?
That is a good,
And I hope so.
yeah,
Me
because
too.
Absolutely, I hope so too. But
I
I
also
was
hope
just,
if
I was
sorry.
glad that, Cece came out and said what a bunch of people have said that the sample should have gone straight to Quantico and that Quantico wouldn't have been able to do this
Yeah.
and
And
that
or
this
and
lab
make
was good.
the file for CODIS,
Yep.
which I
well,
didn't
she didn't
know.
say that Quantico couldn't do it. She said, as far as separating them, she said that Quantico can't make
Yeah.
the SNP profile or the
Yeah.
STR profile or whatever it is.
Yeah. And so that's and how she was very happy with their decision of the place that she said that place was good,
Yeah.
They
even
have,
though she has Parabon.
Right,
they
right,
have,
right.
they have solved very many. There's one specific one that was very difficult that Florida DNA lab down there had helped solve, and it had six different members of like six different people. Anyway, I don't know what it is. I probably had a fever dream, but anyway, they're really good. I heard.
Hold on.
Well,
I just want to
you.
address something real quick. So I
Mhm.
just saw Nanny, Alabama's mom, in the chat say she's really worried about her baby right now.
Is that
Is everything
the one in the
okay?
hospital?
Wow, what's wrong? I'm fine. I'm right here.
Are you the baby?
I am, but that ain't who she's talking about. I was being a smart ass.
All right, well, you can't scare the chat, okay? We're all worried. What's going on? And your mom, too. What are you doing?
Why don't she come
You
up?
got us all paranoid.
It's something about my sister that she's in the hospital. Why are you worried? Mama,
Is she
listen,
okay?
my mama will worry for nothing.
Well, I
Listen,
mean, if her
that's
baby's
your
in the
mama,
hospital, I get it.
and that's your
She's
mama, and she's always going to worry.
Yep.
and her baby's states away, and she don't know.
But also, I'm curious about, like I said earlier, there's two Cajun navies,
Oh my God! I locked the
and
door.
SF SF posted an hour ago replying to someone about the United Cajun Navy showing up, and he said, as the investigator in both the Riley Strain case and the Sebastian Rogers case, is this the same UCN that came in and took donations, then claimed, quote, security concerns and left town without searching? Well, besides that one body they claim to have found, which was a fake, as someone with 20 plus years SAR experience, you might want to check your source on the quote, know their shit part of your statement.
Oh shit. I hope it ain't the same one.
Me too.
Yeah, no, because my understanding is that that did allegedly happen
They
Yeah.
did.
with one
Well,
of them.
Did you
and he's
see
not the
Mija's comment?
same. He's not the same guy that is the spokesperson that was down in Texas. I will say that.
Mm.
Because I watched that whole entire thing and down there in Texas, and that guy that is here in Tucson is not that guy, and that United Cajun Navy was the legit one.
Yep.
Bama, text your mama, please. Make sure she's okay.
Okay.
Or
Mom, Brittany's fine. She's in the hospital because she's got a cold. Stop freaking out. She's fine.
People in the hospital because they have a cold.
does she have pneumonia?
Oh, I don't know.
Can I say a prayer real quick
I
for your
didn't ask that
sister?
much.
Can I say a prayer for your sister real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And what's her name?
Brittany.
Brittany. That's what I thought you said. Okay. Dear Lord, I just come to you right now, and I ask you
Oh,
to put your
Sarah
healing
Sue, I don't
hands.
mean to interrupt, but please look
Yes.
what Nanny just wrote.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Alabama?
Okay.
Well, Papa lied then. Okay, your Jenny lied to me because he told me that she had a cold or a cough or some shit. That's what he said. I don't know because I don't talk to her.
He may not have wanted you to worry, honey. So that's probably why. But I'm going to go ahead and say a prayer for her.
Okay, go ahead.
Please do.
Dear Lord, I just come to you right now and ask you to lay your healing hands on Brittany. We know that you are the Almighty Physician, and you can work miracles. Dear Lord, please lay your hands on every doctor and nurse that engages with Brittany. Let them have compassion and love and be able to have the knowledge to take care of her and know exactly what she needs. Dear Lord, I come to you right now and I beg of you to give peace to Alabama Nanny because she's so far away from her baby. Give her the peace that only you can. I pray that you would put your hedge of protection around Brittany. And dear Lord, just I lift her up to you. Dear Lord, this is something that has just come to us so quickly. And we feel like we have no control when we're so far away. I just want you to hold Alabama Nanny. Let her lay all of that at the foot of the cross and let her know that you're with Brittany. Dear Lord, I just pray if Brittany doesn't know you, that she would have a moment to be able to come to know you and learn that you came and died on the cross for her and that she would accept you as her Savior. I don't know the struggles that she's been through. I don't know what's going on, but you know her heart. You know the struggles. Dear Lord, I just come to you and I ask that you would just cover this whole entire family. Sometimes sometimes my words aren't good enough. Sometimes I just don't even know what to say because the family is people I love. But dear Lord, you know my heart. I ask that you forgive me of all my many sins. And I just pray it in your name. Amen.
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 Bama, what state is your sister in?
California.
Oh, wow.
Yep. She I don't like to say this because if she really is sick, I don't want to be mean, but I also know that she is a pathological liar. Okay? Like that is just the truth and that is where I stand with that. Like if y'all hear about me driving down Skid Row for 8 hours straight looking for her on virtual because we couldn't find her numerous times. My sister is an H addict and she's a pathological liar. And that is just where I'm at with it. Like, I know that sounds heartless, but it took me a long time to get that way. And it's because she's done so much to me
Sometimes we
that I
just have to
just,
have boundaries,
Yep.
Alabama,
and
and that's okay to have boundaries. You still love her regardless of her flaws because she is your blood and she's your sister, and I know you do. I'm
I
just
do.
willing that into you. But I know you love her, but you have to have those boundaries, honey. And I understand
Absolutely.
that because it is hurtful. And I understand that.
Yes, like she tried to get me, she could have got me arrested for the shit that she's done to me. Like, she came to my house and stole a pew pew that was registered to me, knowing that it was registered to me, and went and sold it to one of her drug addict friends, knowing that if they used that pew pew, it would put me in prison for the rest of my life. And she didn't even care.
Oh,
Didn't have a care in the world.
I'm so sorry.
Like
You know what,
that is
though?
just who she is.
Yeah. But that's not who you are.
No,
And and someone said in the chat, and I agree wholeheartedly. You can love her from a distance, and you cannot agree with what she has done and what she may be doing, but you can still love her from a distance. And I mean, I don't know. I have never been in this situation, but I just know that
and
we
that's
have to
what I
set
did.
boundaries.
Yep,
I had to
Tough love.
set boundaries with my brother because, and
That
I
doesn't mean
don't,
you love them any less, though.
no, I love him, but I want
Mm-hmm.
nothing, like, I want nothing to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, my 5'2" daughter stepped up to him because he kept making threats, and he's like 6 foot, and he's
yeah,
afraid of her, so it's kind of funny.
I
But
do
he kept,
protect my peace.
yeah,
Can
you
you
have to.
can you
You,
find out what hospital she might be in so you could call and check just for your peace of mind? Because I know how you feel about her habitual lying um, to you, and it it makes you where you shouldn't trust her, and that's understandable. But to give you peace of mind about that so that you can, you know where you stand if she is really sick, that you might be able to call the hospital.
Yeah, mom, find out where she's at. Like, if you find out where the hospital she's in, I have you know that I'd call.
Yeah,
And it would
maybe.
hurt me. It would devastate me if something happened to her, mom. That's
Honey,
why I
yes.
look
And
for her all the time. Like every time she goes missing and she does this, that's the reason I'm in true crime right now, is because of her bullshit that she pulls, and I have to go looking for her because she is my sister. I love her, but loving her is harmful. It's hurtful to the people that she cares about, and she truly just doesn't care.
You love her,
So
but
I'm
you hate her ways.
yep,
it's okay to choose you. You know, it's okay to choose your happiness
Absolutely.
and your mental well-being. You know, it took
yep.
me a long time in therapy to understand that it's okay. So I get
Loving
it.
an addict is very hard. It is very, very hard.
Yeah, it ain't
Um,
easy for sure. I'm sure.
your mama can probably get the code so you guys can get information. I don't know if you saw what your mom said. She said she's been in ICU for 3 or 4 days, I think she said.
Okay,
So
well, I will go. Okay, mom, if she's listening, did you tell her I was alive? And I will call and see what the hospital says. If you find out what hospital she's in. Because it'll help your peace of mind, it'll help mine, and it'll help my pawpaws. Because my poor pawpaw is 83 years old, and he stresses and worries to death about her all the time.
I agree, and I think that like I've talked to you about this before, and I know how you feel. But also, we're seeing how your mom feels as well, and you're talking about Papa. And at the end of the day, everybody needs to just kind of like come together
Yep.
and respect each other's feelings and opinions about the situation. And put your own personal feelings aside for the time being until you know that she's okay.
Yeah, I agree.
did you see what your mama said?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Okay.
Mom, did you find out the hospital? Yeah, I will check on her. If Mama tells me what hospital she's in, I'll call. I'll call right now.
Okay, honey.
How did Papa find out she was in the hospital? Did she call him? Because he said he just found out today too. Well, that is the truth, Mom. You will worry to death about her. I know that she lives up there. If anybody in the chat knows a hospital near Skid Row, that's where she lives. She lives in that part of California.
There's a lot of it. Sorry to say, there's like San Francisco has a Skid Row, LA has a Skid Row, Sacramento.
No, I don't want you to know. Like, see, today's your birthday, baby. I don't want you to have to do that.
Yeah, with
She's
HIPAA,
in
they'll have a
she's in
code.
she's in the LA area, so she was in LA Skid Row, right?
Yeah.
I can send you a list of the hospitals around there if you want.
Yeah, and I'll just call to see if she's even like that's the truth. That's where I'm at. Is I don't even know if she's really at the hospital. So I just need to call and verify she's there for my peace of mind.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
got you, girl. I'll send you a list of a couple around there.
Okay, thank
yeah.
you.
Someone said there's 6 of them.
And thank y'all for understanding. I don't know who that person is trying to come up. Yeah, they can't release information, but they could tell me if she's a patient there or not.
Yes, they just won't tell you her condition.
Oh, they can't even tell me that she's there no more. They said, oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't, well, you can, they're saying your mama said she's in the ICU, so you can talk to the ICU and then just say, I'm calling to find out about my sister, and then they'll ask for a code So if they ask you for a code, then I would take that as she's there. If they're like, oh, we don't have her,
And see, this like
yeah.
this is that's aggravating because of this. Like, Mama, just tell her. And yeah, she is communicating with my mom.
So
Oh,
she'll be
thank
able
you,
to
everybody,
communicate
for the
with you.
birthday wishes.
Happy birthday.
Love you,
Thank
Lexi.
Happy
you.
birthday, Lexi. Love you.
Happy birthday.
Aw, happy birthday, girl.
Thank you, guys.
Alabama Nanny, do you have the code to speak to her since she is speaking to you? If you could text
If she's
baby
able to
girl.
talk, if she's talking, then Alabama won't need a code. She'll be able to talk to her.
She got out of ICU today, but she's in a semi-private room right now. Well, ask her the room number, and I'll call her
Yeah,
on the room number phone.
yeah, that would be good.
Because, yeah, it's only 9:46 there.
Yeah, it's not quite my birthday yet, but
Yeah, don't tell her
everybody
that.
everybody in here will be asleep when it is my birthday, so it's okay.
Well, where I am, it is your birthday.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
It's
everyone
Oh,
else's birth.
12:46 here.
It's my birthday for everyone else.
That's
Yeah.
true.
It's not for me yet.
Hey, if you're on the East Coast, you could send another heart me.
Right. And in 14 minutes in Central, you can here. Maybe not her SS number, just her room number since she is in a semi-private room now. She'll be able to have a phone in there.
oh, I'm gonna go look at your Sappy post, KJ. Yeah, I'm just gonna ask to be transferred to her room. Yeah, that's what I would do. It's like as if I already knew she was there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, my birthday's on the 24th, Chef.
Oh, your birthday's tomorrow too, Chef Snow Angel.
Aww.
Happy
When's
birthday.
your
Happy
birthday,
early
twins?
birthday.
Wait,
Happy
are you
early
guys the
birthday.
same age too? Because then you're really birthday twins.
Really?
How old are you turning?
Happy birthday, chefs.
Oh, happy birthday. Look at all these end of February birthdays. Thank goodness you guys aren't leap year birthdays because those confuse me. Okay.
Yes, they do.
I never know when I'm supposed to celebrate you. Is it the last day of the month or is it March 1st? I
Well,
don't know.
And like, do they only gain a year every 4 years? Because
I
I mean, I
know.
would totally play that.
I
Listen,
would
my
too.
mother in law is a
She'll be
leap year
7.
birthday, and a few years ago she was all excited about her 16th birthday.
That is so cool.
That's
That's
And I
exactly
said,
how
great.
my
I don't
husband's aunt
understand
is.
it, but we'll celebrate.
Right. Chris, you think she's in Koreatown now? I think that's where she stays.
Koreatown.
Hmm.
Oh, girl,
Fuck.
I'd be regular. I'd be a regular in Koreatown. I go over there and check on her.
She said she thinks that's where she stays now.
Lexi, I don't want you to do that because I don't
I
want you
know.
to put yourself in
I
that
know. I know.
situation.
I know. But if she's in Koreatown, that's. I mean,
Was there any updates today? Well, we found out that okay, there was updates. We found out that the person went there to the house more than once. He went there masked up another time before.
Sorry, Bama. I just want to say, Lexi, no, you will not frequent Koreatown while your mother is 2,500 miles away from you.
And don't
Dickie,
Thank
say
you.
you do
don't
already.
panic about Koreatown is not a bad area. Well, there are parts of it, of course,
Is
but
that the part?
Koreatown
Is
as a
that the
whole.
Saigon part that you got lost in a couple weeks ago?
No, that's here in Huntington Beach.
Oh,
Koreatown is in LA.
oh, okay.
Yeah, and I mean, there's like obviously not great areas. There's not great areas everywhere, but we
We
go
don't
to
get to use that
Koreatown
excuse.
often, and the areas that we go to, we've never had issues ever. It's always been a very nice area. We go for lunch and hang out, and we're fine.
What was all this he talk today? I don't know.
Huh?
We didn't have any sea talk really today.
Sea talk?
Essentially, the update is that there's sources telling the media that. Why am I echoing? Ew.
Probably me. Hang on. Let me mute. It's always my fault. Hang on.
I just hate my voice. Sorry.
What is sea talk?
Something that the tell, and it starts with a
Oh.
cart.
Oh shit, I don't know. You
Oh, I
heard
thought you.
Odie or Ethan talking about it. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I don't know.
You mean over in?
But there's so essentially a source is telling media outlets that a law enforcement source, I guess I should say, is telling media outlets that the picture of the suspect without the backpack was taken on a different day, which has been talked about many times, but they're pretty much confirming it. That the Cajun Navy showed up, but we're not sure if it's the good one or the bad one because there's two.
I need to see the picture of the guy. I'd be able to tell you quick if I.
And they're searching or they're fighting with JRL on the Tweety Bird app. And we listened to the DNA thing on Banfield again, and then if there's an update, but Widows Crime Radar at 18, a body wrapped in a tarp was found on West Irvington Road, which is about a half an hour from Nancy's. 17.7 miles is where it took me on the map when I put it in, but it's a long road, so it could be further, could be closer. I don't know.
Lexi, Nanny said the hospital she's in is, I guess it's by Koreatown maybe, because she said it's not a good hospital though.
Well,
I don't know if you saw that comment or not.
yeah, I did. I don't really. I mean, I know about like a couple hospitals that are out there, but I honestly could not tell you which ones are good and which ones are bad. I only know about like the ones here in Orange County because of obviously like friend that works there, and then both of the girls were delivered in Orange County, so they've told me about them. But
Chef Snow Angel said she lives an hour away in Sacramento. Or no, she lives about an hour from Sacramento rather. Sorry.
oh no way!
Y'all could go have lunch tomorrow for your birthdays together.
My bosses are taking me. They made me dinner reservations, so me and the both sets of bosses and both of my babies are all going out for dinner after work.
Oh, I love that.
That's
How
amazing.
exciting.
So who's gonna keep the babies then?
They're gonna go,
We're
she
going to
said.
dinner with them.
Oh,
We'll probably tag team it, because
Hey,
that'll be.
Alabama.
Yeah.
Texted my brother. He gave me 2 hospitals that are in Koreatown.
Okay. Hey, you have my cell phone number still, don't
Yep.
you? Text them
Yep.
to me.
Okay.
Good night, Nikki. Love
Night,
you.
Nikki. Love you.
Good night,
Lexi, you
Nikki.
good
found
night, Nikki.
Nikki.
Love you. So,
Girl, I found.
I think I'm gonna
Listen,
do the same thing because I gotta get ready for my mom coming in the morning, and then my husband has surgery on Wednesday. So I'll
well,
talk
I'm
to
gonna
y'all
eat and
later.
then I'm gonna go too. But you are good for a few minutes because I'm gonna eat me some cheese and dip.
get you
I'll
some
say a
cheese, girl.
prayer for your husband,
Kiki,
867.
I'm be
Well,
so
thank
honest. I've
you.
been busy mourning the end of the Olympics. I haven't even had time to notice that Nikki was missing again.
Oh.
I've been so sad. I'd be forgetting to look for her.
Look, Nikki, she let you go missing for a couple days.
I did.
Night
I was
867.
being sad. I was mourning.
She was mourning her
That
people.
But you know
that's
what? It's
okay.
okay because y'all get to lock in next month. All 3 of our girls are competing at Worlds
Mm.
ice
Okay.
skating.
Hey,
Awesome.
I want to say something real quick. It's totally off subject, but Alabama and Alabama Nanny and Chris, do you see all the people who live in the vicinity of where Brittany is? So these
Yeah.
people are there for y'all.
And I love that.
Yeah,
Because
and
next
so
time I'll get y'all to go drive down Skid Row instead of me having to do it for 8 hours virtually.
virtually, yes.
I just sent you both of them. My brother's a PA, so I just texted him.
He's a
Oh,
physician's
thank you.
assistant
Yeah.
there in Los Angeles,
No, he's in Portland, but he did his rotations
so he knows
down in
people
that.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they run the same circles.
Yeah.
I
Always.
gotta watch
So
what,
great.
Chris? What I
He's
gotta watch
a
you two?
he's an orthopedic surgeon, emergency room PA.
That's awesome.
And then my sister-in-law does she's a PA but for OBGYN.
Lexi, Chris is
Cool.
sending you birthday balloons.
Oh, thank
Hmm.
you, Chris. I was wondering what those were. Thanks.
Well, I put Band-Aids on, and I tell my kids to rub dirt in it, and my son did it. He got infection one time. For
We love
real.
you, Lexi. Happy birthday. Thank you, Grandma.
Ha-
Thank you,
mm.
Tutu.
I got 5 more minutes where I can sing the dang. 4 more minutes where I can sing the dang song to you.
They'll
You
not
can
time you.
you can say comment.
Okay, Britt. Thank
But
you.
I don't think Lexi's ever heard your comment songs, Sue.
I
Yes, I
mean,
have.
you should sing comment. I think
Maybe I should
that
sing this song. I'll
okay,
sing
sing that.
Comet, but maybe I should sing this song.
Okay, sing that song.
Oleya, ole raka kia, ole raka kukuku, ole raka kia, ole raka kukuku, ole raka kia, ole raka kukuku, ole raka kia. Oh, once an Austrian went yodeling on a mountain so high. When along came a cuckoo bird interrupting his cry. Do you know this song?
Yeah.
Hey, March.
You're so gonna be my daughter-in-law. For just
That's the
whatever.
plan.
I love it. Okay, I'm not singing it anymore. So, la 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 Lexi, beautiful Lexi, you're the only girl that I adore. And when the moon shines over the cowshed, I'll be waiting at the kitchen door. There you
Yay.
go. Hi, Miss Marge. Love you. I'm so proud of you
Um,
for knowing my Austrian song. I love that.
Hey, Marge.
You did good, KJ. You did good.
I know. I mean, this heifer had to tell us that who'd she tell us was sisters earlier today that
Crystal
none of
Lynn
Loretta
and
us are.
Lynn.
Loretta.
Loretta Lynn and Crystal Gale.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but like Crystal Gale was so far removed from Butcher Holler, like
Yep.
that. Like
But you know what? Crystal Gale was the baby of the family. Okay, she was number 8 out of 8. So she
that.
probably got the hell out of Dodge the
She
second she
did.
could.
She did. I
How's
get
my
that. Hmm.
how's my 21-year-old know this and I didn't even know that?
I don't know.
She got too much time on her hands.
Listen,
Girl, I
these
ain't got any
Gen
time on my hands. I'm
He's a
raising
oh,
2 babies.
he's
listen,
an old
these
soul.
Gen Z kids
Mhm.
are so eclectic with their music. It floors me.
That's true.
Just
Our
please tell
music,
You
me.
know, a bunch
not
of
just our
random
music,
info.
our random knowledge of
Yes.
everything.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
like
I
know
need to
who
you
like
though.
wrote what movie and who was the
Hmm.
author of this and all that
Uh-huh.
stuff too?
Yep, pretty
My
much.
daughters do too. I'm like,
Like
I
useless
don't
knowledge,
even
but
know
no common
that. Who?
sense.
Yes.
Um,
Hmm. Bless it. Except for
my
you, Lexi.
my son used to not have common sense, and then running into fires and being on the ambo.
He
Yeah, it
got
kind of
burned
He
knocks
up a
has it.
couple of times and
It
he
knocked
learned.
some
Oh,
sense into
knocks
him.
some sense
Yeah.
into
Okay,
it. Hmm.
listen, y'all.
So,
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but Nanny, poor Nanny, is fighting for her life in the chat. For the
wait.
love of all that's holy, she just wants to know what's going on with Nancy today.
Oh,
She's
well,
Um,
nothing.
they
missing.
confirm, or all the news media is saying that the guy went be- before the night that Nancy was taken, which we had seen the TikTok, and
We already know
so
that.
So he kind
we
of
pretty
cased
much
the place first.
right. So we looked at, well, Widow pulled up a time and showed the different nights of the, like how the moon was, because what is the first night, it was pitch black out there, and then like the night that she was taken, like you could see like the grass across the street and the actual street. So we looked at the moon, and the 15th to the 22nd, right, Widow,
Yes.
is what we're thinking. Um, and then Nanos, of course, said it didn't come from them. It's nothing official. We're like, whatever. We don't really need you. We can do it ourselves, And then
But
were
he
you
thinks he's the
here
only smart one.
for the lab when they were telling us about that they're working on trying to extract the DNA because there's two samples? That's pretty much what happened today with Nancy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mom. So I thought you'd been over at Dolly's. Speaking of Dolly, I gotta be tossing it for a minute. I'm sorry. Did you know that your boyfriend, Dolly, yeah, Dolly, your boyfriend, has been putting out merch for Nancy?
Oh, that's disgusting.
It is.
Yep. Wait, tell them what the merch is.
Oh, I don't know. I forget it.
Why don't you show her?
It's
It's Nancy
with
with
wings.
angel wings.
I think you should tell
On
your
a hat.
boyfriend, Dolly. I think you should tell Dolly, your boyfriend, not to be doing that. That's disgusting. Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I know he's not your boyfriend, but you love him so much.
First of all, and we talked about this earlier, but first of all, making merch at all, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Profiting is disgusting. But then to do that,
Merch, but he's giving the money back to the family. That's one thing. But if no.
Well,
And
just the
Yeah.
fact that he put wings on her,
I'm just giving you
that's
hell,
just
Mom.
crossing
right,
a line.
I know wings.
Yeah.
I'm
It
just letting you
just
exactly.
know, Mom.
crosses that line.
I don't think he knows where boundaries are.
Mm-mm.
I
I
didn't
think we
even
all,
know him until this whole case started. But today, when we were in Marge's live and they showed the hat with her face and the wings, yeah, that's just
he's
gross.
got a
Hmm.
hat too, not just a shirt.
We only saw the hat. I
Yeah,
don't
I only
know.
saw the hat.
Listen, I realized that he didn't know boundaries after the Jonathan case.
John, yeah, that's when I was like, I'm done with him.
Yep. And then people are like, he shouldn't have got yelled at. You know what? If I had been there, he would have got punched. So be glad I wasn't.
Good night. Love
Yeah,
you,
he needed
Lexi.
more than that.
Lexi,
Happy
I love
birthday.
you.
Lexi,
Good night,
Good night,
happy
Lexi.
Lexi.
birthday.
Enjoy your
It's
birthday,
midnight
honey.
where I'm at.
Love you, Lex.
Yeah, it just that bothered me really bad because yeah,
Well,
I just don't
some
understand.
people just ain't had good raising sometimes. They don't know.
I know you didn't know,
yeah,
Mom. That's why I was telling you.
Or oxygen deprivation at birth.
yeah,
Mhm.
something.
Yes, it was a rumor. That's not true. They did not find Nancy, as far as I know.
No.
No, there's
Wait, did
rumors
anybody
going
check?
around.
Did
It
you
was a
check that
rumor.
crime thing again?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Hey, Sarah Sue, did you hear what I said whenever she was showing the babies earlier?
Probably not, because I run my mouth too much to hear what anybody else says. I'm sorry. What'd you
Oh,
say?
it's hard on this thing because
I'm
everybody,
sorry.
like, we can't tell when everybody's talking.
I
So
know it.
I said it would be cute. You sing your comment song as one of those little babies.
Yes, I would
Oh
love
my
to do that.
God.
Those babies are so cute, ain't they? They're chroma babies. I'll get somebody to make one.
Yeah, and then I want to do another one where I'm singing, because I did this too when I was little. There was a commercial that says, I want to wash that rain right out, I want to wash that gray right out of my hair. And I shut the door and locked it, and I poured the whole bottle of shampoo on my head. It was all on the floor, all in my hair. My hair was dry. And my mom finally got the door open, and I was sitting there singing, I'm going to wash that gray right out of my hair. I'm going to wash. She said, I
Oh,
couldn't be mad at you.
that's cute.
That is cute.
You're going to name
My
who,
daughter
Capri
did that
Sun?
with
Jeez, there's so many
Joker one
missing
time.
people.
Sure.
Y'all, what did you say,
About
Lady Jane? Your daughter did what?
I have twins, and so I had them in the high chair while I was fixing lasagna one time, and I walked out of the kitchen for just like 20 seconds. I come back in, and my one daughter had an entire container of yogurt smeared into her hair.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
god.
She thought it was
She was washing
conditioner.
her hair with
Mm-hmm.
blueberry yogurt.
Oh yeah, Destiny said
My
that. Yeah.
daughter took slime today and threw it on my ceiling and got in trouble.
Well,
So
Listen,
their daddy had to come home from work and get a ladder because we have a very tall ceiling in our house, and had to climb all the way up there on a 6 foot ladder to get it off. And he was
it,
not happy.
if you'd have waited, it'd have came down.
No, it
eventually.
did. The others had stuck up there. Like it
Oh
would not come
gosh,
down. It was stuck at the top for like
that's some
6 hours.
that's some good slime.
Yeah. I still had a spot up there.
Yeah, there's no update on the BODY that they found in the tarp. But there was several calls about it.
Well, they're not going to update it so where we can know what's going on.
Yeah. But
There's a,
we have a 9-year-old missing, a 12-year-old missing.
That
I don't e-
is what I was going
Three
to say.
vulnerable adults.
I don't even want to tell you how many freaking people we have missing in Florida. About a month or two ago, I think Neho was in the live. I was in they listen to a podcast, and I was in the box, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna friggin' put missing cases from Florida on my TikTok. Just put their thing up. So I was talking to mom yesterday because I was like, I want your opinion. She's like, you should do that. That would be awesome. I'm nervous because obviously I don't want to upset families or anything. So that's what I'm gonna do because there's a crap. I mean, I was shocked at the sheer number, and I don't remember it now, but I was just
That's what I
shocked.
want to do here after this case. I want to start picking some of the cases that are not getting attention and bringing attention to their case.
Yeah, like here we do have indigenous, and we do have like a lot of the the Hispanic and black community. They don't get attention here.
Yeah, that's how
Well,
it is.
one day soon, I'm going to be covering a case that, if y'all know 8 Ball, that is his
Yes.
Yeah.
friend that was murdered in Huntsville, Alabama. And the man's going to be going to trial in April. And I'm going to cover his case over here for 8 Ball.
Yeah, wasn't he? Sorry, seriously.
You're okay, babe. I just said yeah.
Didn't he talk about that in Dora's, or was it
Yeah.
your?
It was
Okay, so
Nikki's.
Yeah, Nikki's.
oh, okay. I knew it was somebody that he was talking about it and telling
It
us
was a
about
couple
it.
days ago, I think.
Yeah,
Yep.
he
Yeah,
asked me tonight on the phone if I would cover it, if I wanted to cover it. And I told him, yeah.
That's
I
I
awesome.
mean,
reached out to him. I gave him my information to forward on to the wife
that's
um,
nice.
to get her some resources.
I will. She'll. I'll cover
I
anything. You let me know
I
what you want me to cover.
I think it's amazing that all of us just jump in, and I think all of you guys are amazing
Oh, you are
because
too. We just cover that thing like a tart. We just cover it like a tart. That was a bad analogy. I'm sorry.
no, but I know what you
Oh,
mean. Like
thank
we
you.
just
I didn't
Okay.
jump
even think
in.
about it till you said that.
So, guys, that is what I just can't. Like, sometimes that's why there's a mute button. Y'all just need to mute me. Dear God.
We love
He said we
you.
cover
We
it like a
noticed we're all
tart.
laughing with you.
It's I promise you, it is, everything I say it is out of love, and it is never meant to be harmful or
Of course.
off or off whatever. And sometimes I just stick my big old foot in my mouth. So,
I know what it is,
yeah,
girl.
Gilby.
It's our mouth
My
speaks
foot is
quicker than our
firm.
brains. And
Right.
so it just
Yep.
spews out.
Yes.
Mhm.
I
You
have
would
it
have
too.
you would have laughed at me in Utah. I would watch the news, write down like big things that hit the news with young either women or men that lost their spouses. Then our group would get together. We would get gift cards to local eateries. We'd do Build-A-Bears for kids if they had children. We'd do necklaces for them, and then we'd show up. Well, I would show up to the funeral.
I love that
Widow,
so
that's like
much.
dating from the obituaries.
I love
Yep.
that so
Well,
much that
we
y'all did
already
that.
in
She didn't even laugh about it because it
Oh,
was
what'd you
meant to be
say?
funny.
I,
I
what'd you
I
say?
said
caught
that's
it.
like dating from the obituaries.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, it is. I'm like, oh my. And we were almost going to do Corey Richens.
Oh dang.
Yeah.
oh
I mean,
wow.
I was out of town. I was in Mazatlan when it happened.
What
And
are you driving out of town for? What you doing? I want to go out of town.
Sarah Sue, have you heard the issues? Have you heard we're testing widow's blood?
Hold on. The chat
Yeah,
is wanting
she
to know about
wasn't
the
in
tarp.
here earlier.
No.
The chat is
So
wanting to know about the tarp. Hang on, we
hold
got to
on
tell
a
the chat.
second. We gotta talk about
The
the
tarp
places
is in the
widow has
evidence
been.
container. We can't worry about that right now. The tarp is put away in
Okay.
evidence.
Well, no, Sarah Sue was talking about how like we all come together.
I was
Maybe
being
I should say we
sarcastic.
cover it like
That was a joke.
a big old comfy blanket.
Yes, we do.
I
I
And
used the
think
we
there was a
wrong
Not a
word.
tarp.
I'm
I
sorry.
think there was a dead body found under a tarp. I think that's what the tarp
Tonight.
was about tonight.
And then I used that analogy, and it was, so it's a
how
big,
about a
heavy
big
blanket.
pop-up tent? That works too.
Yes, that too.
yes.
Okay,
It just
so
So,
depends on if we like you or not. If we like you, we'll cover you with a blankie. If we don't, we'll cover you with a tarp. You
okay, well
pick.
I
Exactly.
Said it was
freeze at
rocks.
70 degrees, so I call blankie.
Shit, it might have been
Um,
rocks. You never know. Don't trust me because I didn't listen to it. I just thought somebody
okay,
said tarp.
so we have discovered that widow has lived in multiple states where
Multiple
tragedies have
cases.
Cases we
happened.
talk
L-
about.
Listen, so
where what
widow
cases have
lived
happened?
in Moscow
Oh, for
and
the
went
love.
to Washington State. Very
Yep.
sus.
Hey, at least I was there in 2002.
I
It
take my
doesn't matter. It's still sus.
I take my
Yeah.
blanket back, widow. I
Every
take my
time you
blanket
talk
back.
about something, she's like, that's my cousin's sister. That's my brother in law. I know that person.
Who?
Wait, what was when you lived in Utah? What happened then?
Well,
Melody
okay, I was
Buzzard.
Well,
there
both
16
cases.
years.
Melody
That
Buzzard.
Um,
was
Corey
the lady who
Richens,
just that one and the
Susan Cox
um
Powell.
Yeah. And
and the one I'm gonna email you or message you about the Ruby Frankie one.
yeah.
Yeah. That was about 4 hours away, 5 hours away.
And what was the other state?
You could
That's
still
close
drive
enough.
there.
Close enough.
Yes, see, look,
And
Sarah's onto
Arizona.
it too.
So
Yeah,
we're
and
we're
then
gonna
whenever
test
the
her blood because
cheerleader
we're a little
thing happened,
nervous.
she knew
So if
about
anybody
it
wants to go
too.
down a rabbit hole, there
Yes.
might be one sitting on the box. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Widow, you
not
know we
pointing any
love you.
names, but
We're just
she's
Yes.
in
like
the
picking
bottom
on you.
box.
So, widow, when you were talking about doing all that stuff that y'all did, that was just
Uh-huh.
beautiful, selfless acts for people who have lost their loved ones and their children.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
I have a friend of ours on here that I'm going to talk to tomorrow. Um, I probably shouldn't even bring it up right now because I haven't talked to her. But I'm wanting to do some kind of something to show our love for her daughter-in-law who is very, very sick, and she
Okay.
has two children. But I need to talk to her tomorrow. But that just reminded me of that because um, I love communities that can come together and just
Yep.
love on somebody when they need it.
We
Yep.
will.
And I know y'all will, and that's why I'm just like,
Yep.
but I want to talk to her first and make sure before I give her name and give her all that stuff. And she's in our chats almost all the time. Um,
Okay.
but
Okay.
she had a port put in today at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Um, she has stage 2 metastatic cervical and lots of other things as well. It's already spread.
Oh.
Um, and I may have already given too much information, and if I did, Lord forgive me. But I want y'all to know the seriousness of it all. Um, and that I think her children are 8 and 10. They're young, and so I know how much y'all, or how we all love on each other, and maybe we can all brainstorm after I talk to her tomorrow and try to figure out something that we can do, and maybe not make it because I feel like when we try to help people on TikTok, it gets perverted somehow.
Yeah.
Um, and so, and that maybe is not the word, but it gets
It gets
ugly
twisted.
when it should be beautiful. And I
Right.
refuse to let that happen. Um, so
It
um,
won't.
we'll have to figure out maybe somewhere else to do it or something. But and I believe that, I think we're a good enough community, but I don't want. I just.
I even reached out to a lady when I first got on to TikTok. She's going through cancer, and I'm now Facebook friends with her and her husband. She probably is not going to make it. I mean,
Oh,
it's stage 4 colon cancer,
Oh, that
and
really sucks. I hate
and
that. I'm so
and
sorry.
she's young. Like she broke my heart with her TikTok. That's why I reached out, because she's getting the milestone cards for her kids
Oh
and
yes, oh my
writing
gosh,
letters to her children.
yeah.
Mm.
Hmm. That's a
I'm
And
glad she's doing that because that's
yeah,
an amazing gift.
yeah.
yeah. And so I told her that there was a huge community that would help her husband. He's a police officer. Um, and they just put her in the hospital a couple days ago.
Hi, Cindy. And
No,
Mom, why are you tagging yourself saying that you're a beautiful soul? I know
she
you're a
is.
beautiful soul, but why are you telling yourself that?
She wanted all of us to know that she's a beautiful soul, but we
Sometimes
already
we,
know.
She just
yeah,
Hey,
needed some
sometimes we
Cindy.
need self
support.
affirmation. Self affirmations is
Yes.
so
Yes.
so good. Come on now.
Yeah,
Our
absolutely,
com-
Sarah Sue. Well,
yeah, let
Say
us
what?
know
I just
because
came back to laugh.
like our community has
What? KJ? What'd you
this
say, Lady
past
Jane?
weekend this past weekend our community like really had some hard hits, and it really stood up and got together and helped each other out. So we do that kind of stuff around here. So yeah, let us know what we can do, because there was
You
a
know,
mother that was killed in a terrible car accident. She's a mother of 4 boys.
oh,
Yeah, ages 13 and down.
honey.
Yeah,
That
and
just
so like
kills
we
me.
started like a meal train for her husband and her
Yes.
boys that they won't have to worry about food for probably a good year now.
Meal trains are so
Oh,
Um,
great.
yeah,
and
we're
then
I will
we
say
also
the
got like a
first,
GoFundMe together for them, and then a little girl in our neighborhood, she had the flu last week and it turned into pneumonia, and she's actually on ECMO. I don't know if you guys know what that is.
yes.
yeah.
Mm-mm.
She's on ECMO and they had to amputate part of her leg.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh.
oh
And she's
no.
14 years old and she's a cheerleader.
Oh,
Oh my God, that is horrific. I'm so sorry.
And they thought that they were going to have to amputate both of her hands. It has been a very, very rough weekend.
Oh
well,
no.
hopefully they don't have to take any more. And I mean, I
They
I
said
know
that
so
this
her
that
isn't
is.
hands look
solace,
good
but
today.
with
I know I
with
was
the
messing with you, Mom.
with the amazing advancements in
She can still
prosthetics,
cheer.
she'll yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
They make the prosthetics where she'll, I mean, they make them for runners and everything, so she'll still be able to share. It'll
Yeah.
take some getting used to, and you
I believe
know,
we have one in Arkansas on the Razorbacks that was a cheerleader that had a prosthetic. So,
we got hit too. Like one of my daughter's friends and coworkers, um, her husband just healed from a motorcycle accident,
mm,
and she heard they live like 4 houses down or 5 houses down from a light, and she heard this big loud crash, and she pulls up live 360, sees it's her son,
Oh my
and
gosh.
he was on a motorcycle. An older couple pulled out in front of him, so he hit the side of the car, and that was it. So the one daughter, so she, of course, ran to him. They had to pull her off him so they could work on him, and he passed when he got to the hospital. He was 17, and he was the oldest and the only boy out of 6 kids. So the one daughter won't leave his room, and the father won't either. The other daughter won't leave the grass where all the pieces of the motorcycle is, and yeah. So I told Mac, sorry, my daughter. I said let's do a food train. I'll buy a gift card. This way they can choose where they want to eat each night. And I can't even imagine. My son rides. He was on. I call them crotch rockets. My son rides a cruiser, and when she found out, she texts her brother, "I love you," and so he called her right away. He's like, "What's wrong?" Because they're goofballs, and she told him. He told her, he's like, "I'm about done riding the bike." And I was like, thank God, because I can't hold them back because of my fears,
Yeah.
But thankfully, because he lives in Tallahassee, but he drives an hour to the fire station.
Yeah, that's
So,
scary.
My
yeah.
brother being inside, he's an orthopedic surgeon PA, and I hate to say this, but this is what he calls motorcycle riders. He says they're organ donors because they see
Yep.
so many of them.
Yeah.
Well, down here too, I mean, I'm not picking on JLR, but that's how everybody drives down here. And it was raining one night, and this older lady was behind him, and she was a foot behind him. So he took a turn quickly because he was like, "Mom, if she couldn't stop, I'd be unalive." So he took a turn real quick, laid the bike down,
Thank God he was
and
smart enough to do that.
yeah, thankfully, he broke his lower leg. Thankfully, it was a clean break. The kid, this is how I was when I was younger too. He doesn't like to take anything, not Tylenol. He took ibuprofen once the whole time his leg was broke.
He's got a high pain tolerance.
Yeah, that's how I am too. But he thankfully he didn't hit his head. I said he broke the windshield on the bike and he scraped up. I said I'll take all that because he wears a helmet, thankfully.
Good.
But I'll take all that because you didn't hit your head. He's like, oh yeah, definitely. So
How are the laws in Florida on? So when I lived in Utah and then moved here, so motorcycles can now go in the middle of the cars and drive down to the lights. They could do, and they can do that on the freeways here.
it's not legal. So like, um, my daughter's son was doing that, and people were getting interviewed, and they were like, oh, he was going over 100. He could not get over 100 from 5 houses down. They're not like huge houses. These are little 2, 3, well, I'm sure there's like 4 bedrooms in that house, but these are little like houses that were built in the 60s, and they're not huge houses. And
Yeah.
that's what I said to Mac. I'm like, there is no way that he got to 100 that fast. But he was weaving in and out of the cars.
Yeah. See, it's legal here and in Utah to do that.
I mean, most of the cops aren't going to stop them unless they're causing issues with like cutting off drivers. And most of the kids that have those bikes don't cut off drivers. I mean, there's some, but
We don't even.
It's distracting.
It is distracting to other drivers. We don't even have in Arkansas. They don't have to wear helmets here.
yeah, you don't have to wear a helmet unless you're under 21, or 18, maybe 21, I think it is. And you don't have to wear a helmet as long as you have motorcycle insurance. But I mean, I don't even think they check, or because
Yes.
you have to have health insurance or motorcycle insurance. But like for my son, he wears a helmet, and it's one of his friends had epilepsy real bad, and his mom, like even when they used to skateboard at Scouts, she was real big on them all having helmets on because she didn't want one of them to get a head injury.
I feel
And
like I need to wear a helmet sometimes, honestly.
me too, because I fall because
I do
my
too.
legs are weak, and
Mhm.
I've hit my head hard a couple times.
Mhm.
But
All
but
I will tell you guys, and this is just advice from someone that lost their husband at a young age, and it doesn't matter what age though. So the first year is a complete fog. You feel like you're just on a roller coaster that you just can't get off. The
And you don't
second,
remember it hardly, do you?
nope, not at all.
Mhm.
And then the second year, you feel everything. And so, like for me, my friends, because he was so young, they thought I was the plague. And basically, within a couple of days, I never saw my friends ever again.
I know it, honey. I'm the same
All
way with
those
my
people
dad.
that
I
say, anything you need, they disappear.
Yep,
Right.
that's
yep.
I mean
So my biggest
obviously
advice is stay with the people
Present.
no matter what.
And say
well
their name. Say their
Yes.
name. Don't be afraid
Mm-hmm.
to talk about the
well
person that they lost to them.
And if
Because
Yep.
they
I
cry,
want,
it's okay. They need to
yes,
cry.
I want my
Yep.
dad to be remembered. I want you to say his name to me all the time.
Yep.
Yep.
I
Yep.
didn't lose a spouse, obviously, but I was in a really bad car accident, which is why I'm disabled. But my parents died in that car accident, and so
Oh, honey.
it's
Oh, I'm sorry.
obviously not the same as losing a spouse. But I was in my house, but in a hospital bed for 8 months, and all of my friends walked away.
Yeah.
So, everybody's like, well, you were in a car accident. I lost everything. I lost my job, my schooling. My parents were my
Your
best friends.
parents.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it was just like,
Rebuilding
but
your
yeah,
life all over again after that.
yeah,
Yep.
it's just like my kids didn't get to meet it's just everything. You call your parents and you're like, oh, Mac did this today, or you know what I mean? Oh, she's
I,
achieving this.
I still
Yeah.
call my
And
dad's number.
I did that with my mom's and their voicemails, my mom and dad's voicemails
Yeah.
until, but and everybody's like, oh, I'm so sorry. But I'm like, they didn't suffer, thankfully. And
Yeah.
they went together, which my dad had been sick. And my mom was always like, how am I going to be here without my best friend?
Well, because
Yeah.
you
So
can
it's
die of
kind
a
of
broken
like,
heart. I do believe people die of broken hearts.
yeah. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
kind of like, they went together. And yes, I hurt, for a long time, I still, but they went together, and sometimes I'm like, I can't be selfish because that's what my mom wanted,
Right.
you know?
Hmm.
So,
See, my husband died on Black Friday.
holy crap.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
And it was the 25th of November. It was 2016. So this year will be 10 years.
I'm
And
so sorry.
so the month mark exactly was Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And my son was 6 years old. And I remember going out to the mall after about 3 weeks because I needed to get the rest of Christmas done just for him.
Because you had to be a mom. Hmm.
Yep. And I was going through the mall, and all of a sudden, our wedding song played,
Oh,
and
my
I
gosh.
collapsed. And the jewelry store that we bought our rings at, because I worked in the mall for years, and they come running out to see what was going on. And they're
Oh.
like, "Oh, can we call your husband?" And I just started bawling even harder and told them what happened. And they're like, "Okay, you're not driving. We're going to drive you home." And yeah, I ended up ordering everything online.
Well,
No, I'm
thank
so
God you were at
sorry.
least somewhere that somebody
That
knew
was
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. I was like, oh, I need this. In the box, I would order it, and I was like, oh yeah, I need to buy this too. Yeah, because I mean, this was back in 2001, you know. So I was like 25, and I'm like, you know, I hadn't even like learned to go food shop, and I was still living at home and helping my parents and stuff.
Yeah.
And so like my brother would go food shopping and like teenagers. I'm like, dude, we need real food. Like, we don't need like cupcakes and ice cream. And I'm like, that's cool, but we need real food. And so,
Yeah, that I had a friend in high school that lost both of her parents in a plane crash, and
oh
she
goodness,
was 15.
oh goodness,
And it was awful. And but yeah, so I always tell people, don't abandon people that you know that have lost someone, because it's
They
The
need
hard.
worst ones
they
are the
need you
ones who haven't
more.
had loss.
Yeah, they need you more like in the years after than they do
Mm-hmm.
right then.
Yep.
Because like that
yep,
first year, like you said, well, I don't remember very much, but I do know that my mom told me my best friend um, from high school, preschool, all the things that I'd grown up with, um, took my daughter shopping and went and bought my clothes. She dressed me in the bathroom at the church for my dad's visitation and funeral, put my clothes on for me.
Yep.
Like, and I don't remember any of that.
I
And
don't
I'm
remember
thankful
the
for that.
funeral at all.
Yeah, but she's still here. I mean, thank God, but there's lots of them that aren't.
Yep.
But like, you need them more weeks and months and years after than you do immediately, and you need them then too. It's a fickle thing. Like it's just like grief is a fickle thing. But
Yep.
someone,
And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
the other really good resource is Grief Share. It's nationwide. They are either in churches, they're in hospitals, and they meet like 2-3 times a week. And you can go onto just the Grief Share on Google,
In the
and
whole United States?
yep,
That's amazing.
yeah,
yep,
that's really cool.
and they even have kids Grief Share.
Oh, I love that.
I put my
That's really
son in
good.
it, and it was amazing. And because especially for kiddos, they don't understand. And in our widow group in Utah, we included the kids big time. Here in Arizona, it's been a little bit weird because it's been a lot of more of the older side. But in Utah, it was our average age. Well, our youngest was 21 and our oldest was 72.
Wow.
I'm glad to hear they have something like that. My brother-in-law died, I don't know, 31 years ago now. And my husband was 11 and his brother was 13. And he was tragically killed at a work accident. He was 19 and he was electrocuted.
Oh.
And he was working with his dad as an iron worker. So, of course, my father-in-law always blamed himself for allowing him to get a job with him. And my father-in-law went to the bar every night after work. He didn't become an alcoholic, but he just went and he had 2 beers every night after work, came home and went to bed. My mother-in-law just volunteered her time on everything. If it was at church, she volunteered her time. If it was at the local humane society, whatever, she just volunteered doing everything. And then here's my father, or my husband, and my other brother-in-law. They're 11 and 13, and they're just kind of like left to fend for themselves. And so it would have been great if they would have had that kind of a resource back then.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I got into the Book of Faces groups within about 3 weeks of my husband passing, and I don't know where I would have been without them. I went to Chicago for a national meetup 6 months after my husband passed, which was way out of my wheelhouse. I never went and did anything like that by myself with people that I really didn't know, and now they're complete family.
That's awesome.
And then I came back, and that's when I started the Utah group.
Somebody had
My
asked Sarah.
mother-in-law. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Somebody had asked Sarah Sue a question.
Minister, or what's the
Yeah,
difference between an ordained minister and a priest?
yeah.
Okay, so it depends on a lot of that depends on the denomination, um,
I can
and
answer
a
the
lot
priest part.
and a lot of it depends on. Please do, Lady Jane, because I'm not very and I don't want to answer this wrong, because I don't want to. Um, uh, Religion is a very sensitive thing, and I'm not one to. And Lady Jane, can you answer the question of what I say always about that? I don't care what you believe in. Do you remember what I say? I don't.
If I remember correctly, you say you don't care what you believe in as long as you believe in God and that Jesus died for your sins. Something like that.
Well, I do say
See,
that, but I also say I don't. But I don't care if you believe in Buddha. I don't care if you believe in
Oh,
the
yeah.
earth. I don't
Yep.
believe. I don't care if you believe in the universe. I love you for who you are and where you're
Exactly.
at when you're
mhm.
there. I
Yep.
I do not judge you. I don't care. And so it's very and Wilder, I love you and I'm so grateful that you asked me this question. It makes me think, and I hope I'm not. I probably need to um, ask my husband too, but I want to answer you from the knowledge that I have, but I don't want you to. Um, I don't want it to be offensive to anyone. You know what I'm saying? Um, so, an ordained minister, it depends on, you can be an ordained minister, but the path that you get to be that ordained minister. Wilder, can you come up in a box?
Hey, my
Not,
sister's an ordained minister.
that's awesome.
Yeah, she did it because Grey's Anatomy.
I love
When
that
she
so
knows
Listen,
that she
much.
can do it.
Oh, I
I
love
listen.
that.
think
Grey's
that in
Anatomy will be back on Thursday, and it's
Yes.
gonna
Oh,
kill me because they're doing a tribute to McSteamy.
Oh.
oh. Wilder, can you come up in a box? If you don't want to, you don't have to. But I will say this. So, depending on what denomination you are, is the path that you would take to be that ordained minister. Okay? So for instance, if you want to be an ordained minister and you're a Baptist, to be a Baptist ordained minister, you would take a different path than you would if you were a um, like a maybe a Lutheran ordained minister or a
or a Methodist.
non-denominational
Mm-hmm.
or a Methodist ordained minister. They're all different paths, but
Or
they
a Grey's Anatomy
or
ordained
a Grey's
minister.
Anatomy ordained minister, but they all lead to the same. The trail leads to the same hilltop. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
To
Um,
marriage?
yeah, to marriage sometimes, but and then the difference in Lady Jane, do you want to speak on the priest because I'm not fluent in Catholic? Um,
A priest is actually really, really different than an ordained minister because a priest is the only minister of sorts that takes a vow of celibacy.
that is true. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
Okay. So
Wilder,
And
here's
there's
where I'm at.
Wilder. Wilder,
And there,
wait. You're there. I love you. I'm so glad you came up in a box.
Hey, I'm gonna be late for like 5 more minutes.
I'm
I've
sorry.
never done
You're
this.
fine. You're fine. I'm getting stuff ready so y'all can talk.
Okay.
There is a vehicle pursuit on Oracle, by the way.
Oh, for the love. We're going to have to go to my live in a minute. But if we can do this, but Wilder,
This is Religion, Alabama.
I'm staying awake.
you
Listen,
can't quench the spirit, Alabama. You can't
listen.
quench it.
Yeah.
I will fall asleep on the live and y'all can have it. Just don't let
Oh,
anybody be bananing me.
we're going to be talking about religion and the Lord. So,
That's fine.
Well,
Take over.
we
I
got
love y'all.
people that are mods in here, don't we?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sarah's too.
Well,
If you put Sarah's too, my mama. Here,
Sarah
Bridget,
said,
I'm gonna mod you too.
no, I don't read the chat at the time. So,
so
Bridget does.
all right. So we got mods in here. It'll be all right.
yes. So, Wilder, you there, babe?
I am here.
Let me have
So
it. Be
here's my
gentle.
thing. I studied the Bible for
Yes.
approximately 11 years. I wanted to know the ins and the outs. I wanted to know why a certain lifestyle was not accepted,
Mm-hmm.
why love is supposed to be love.
That was the Old
Um,
Testament in Sodom and Gomorrah. That was the Old Testament law.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I just So after studying the Bible and stuff, I thought, I wasn't going to go to school to learn religion because it wasn't going to pay my bills. And then I thought, I'm doing the wrong thing. I need to work for the Lord or, spread the word of the Lord. So
Mm-hmm.
I have been a truck driver for 39 years.
It's
So I
amazing.
thought, okay, I'm going to be an ordained minister.
Mm-hmm.
So we have what we call the Worth Center here, which is if you've been charged with drugs of some kind, whatever it may
Drugs.
be, you
Right.
got one choice of going to this center or you can go to the
Jail.
clink.
Mm-hmm.
So I have been going to the center and educating people that want to make a difference in their life.
I love that.
No, I love
Tonight,
that.
after 7 years, tonight they tell me I cannot do it because I'm only an ordained minister.
That's bull.
Okay.
What do they think you're
Sorry.
supposed to be?
So, what? You may not want to say what state you're in. Okay.
I'm in
But
Ohio.
okay. So, what I want you to do is I want you to, and I'm going to talk with some of my lawyer friends. Okay, because I have several friends that are of the legal suit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm layman, but they are very intelligent, and a lot of my friends can speak for me in the chat and and in the
Absolutely.
panel. But I will speak with them. But I want you to look up what the laws are um, in Ohio about that, because where did you get ordained at? Where was your license from? Is it from Ohio?
It is from Ohio, and it is from a community college here. I know that some people just go online and get it, what have you, but
Right.
I did go to a community college here.
You probably
I
know more
had
about the Bible than I do, honey. So,
Well, I'm not,
I,
I don't know that, but I go to the hospitals when I'm called in. I
yes.
do patients there. I go to the adult clink here. I go to juvenile clink, and now all of a sudden tonight it's like I said, "Oh my gracious, why is the difference now?"
Well,
They may want you to be a, a minister or a pastor, which, how many years did you go?
I have been ordained for 9 years.
Well,
when
I
you
mean, how long was your classes?
So when you go to the community college here, it is a weekend thing. However, you have to take a
seminary
not a
test,
protest, but you have to take a vow that says, you're going to do this or what have you.
right?
They
And it's by the
probably are
state of Ohio.
requiring a 4-year degree. Some states have gone that route.
I also want to say this to you Wilder too, though. Um, are they a nonprofit that you're working for, or that not working for, but ministering to? Is it a nonprofit?
It's it's not a nonprofit. I'm not actually working for them.
Yeah, that's why
Um,
that's
I
why I
can
meant.
get a call right now that says we have somebody in ICU and my name's on the list at the hospital.
I
I
used
will
the wrong
go.
word. I changed it. I said ministering to. I said work first, but I meant ministering to, because that's not working. That's ministering. And
Correct.
so when you minister to this place, it's called Worth
The Worth Center,
Worth Center. Okay.
which
Um,
is a rug. Instead of going to the clink, you have the option
right.
of going here.
Yes, and I love that. But is it okay? So when you go in front of the judge, he says you have an option. You can go here or you can go to the clink. And if they choose to go there, then you go minister them. Although you minister to the clink too, it's part of the judicial system. But is it a nonprofit though that is?
Is it federally funded?
So
Yeah,
I
the
go
Worth
in front of
Center.
the judge with clients when they do a pre-sentence investigation.
Mhm.
I have met with them prior to, and then I go in front of the judge with them,
The
and
judge knows you,
I would tell the judge, I feel like they are a good client
candidate.
to go to this
Mhm.
place,
Mhm.
and I am willing to work with them as part of their probation or court, stipulations or what have you.
And he holds you responsible for them, basically.
Absolutely. I
Okay, so
have to
the
report every week to the court. I have to go to the judge's chamber every week and say, so and so is doing this, so and so is not showing initiative, so and so is doing other classes above this.
okay. Now I want to
And then
ask
to
you
be
one
told
thing.
tonight, you're only an ordained, you're not allowed to do it anymore.
I want to
Okay,
ask
do
you
you
something,
have
and Miss, go ahead, Lady Jane.
Well, I was just looking up about the minister license in the state of Ohio. Do you have an actual license through the state?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I have a state license. I have a state parking thing. I also have a thing that allows me into the courts, the clinks, and the hospitals that I have
Because
to.
this says that governed by Ohio Revised Code Chapter 3101, the Ohio Secretary of State issues a license to an ordained minister of any religious society or congregation that authorizes the minister to solemnize marriages in Ohio. To obtain this license issued by the Secretary of State, so you have the proper licensing.
Okay, but I want to ask a question too, though. And this is probably a
Okay.
very sensitive question, Wilder. But as you said, you were talking about sexuality in the Bible, and I said Old Testament, all the things. Um, is there, and I can ask you this in a message on the backside if you want me to, but you just tell me, or do you care?
No, I'm an open book. Please ask.
Okay. Um, did they just find out about your sexuality?
No, because my sexuality has never been a discussion.
Okay. All right. Well, I just didn't know because, like, for them to change their mind all of a sudden is weird behavior, in my opinion, and which I'm sure it feels that way to you too. And so I'm trying to think of any like reason they would have to do that. Like,
To
and that
me, it shouldn't matter if I'm a lay person, if I'm an ordained minister, if I'm a priest, if I'm a cop, if I'm a doctor. It shouldn't matter. If I want to educate the Bible and I have somebody that's
yeah.
willing to learn or wanting to learn, I
Hmm.
should not be, held to a point where I'm not allowed to do that.
Absolutely, because they let groups into prisons to come and minister that aren't ordained pastors, to come and minister to people in prison a lot of times. Um, are you, I mean, you're basically, like Nico said, you're an advocate. as well in the court.
I absolutely am. I meet with the defendant or the plaintiff, whatever it may be, and the family and their lawyers. And I also go in the chambers with the judge and I say, I feel like this is a good thing for the client or it's not. Some people are like, I'm just going to do this to get time knocked off of me. Well, that's not a good fit to me.
No. You've got to, you got to see a change, of course. But Nico, if you're still in here, do you care to come up here for a second? But is there other advocates that work with that entity that you work with all those kids? And if they are they ordained ministers as well? Do they have more than one? Are you the only
Well, what we're
one?
finding out is today is they're saying anybody that is an ordained minister no longer qualifies. Well,
Well, then they need to change the laws in Ohio before they can do
it's
that.
not a law.
It is a law. It's Rule 5121-702. It says clergy, a person or minister from a recognized religious community outside of jail who is a spiritual leader for particular inmates, compliant jail. So I think they might have changed it to like a regular like minister where you go to for 4 years.
You mean to a seminary college, so to
Yeah.
speak, but
Yeah.
it needs to have that language in it. So that's why
Yeah.
that's why I'm telling you that I think that I need to take that verbiage and that maybe the laws, I need to look at those and have some of my friends look at those. I'm just a stay-at-home mom. Um, so, but I have a lot of friends who are very intelligent that can look into that. Um, that probably would be able to help with that because I mean, like, in my opinion, I don't feel like they can just say that to you and you can't come in there without you knowing there is a change of law and them recognizing, like, giving you that and letting you know that. But also, too, it's not even that you're an advocate for the court. So regardless of your ordained ministry, you're still an advocate for the court and you meet with the judge in his chambers. You know the judge personally, apparently, because you meet in the chambers often with them, with the defendant and counsel.
To me, it was just really mind boggling to know that I'm
I'm sure it was a slap in the face.
a
Yeah.
ordained minister, as they say. However, for 9 years, I've been educating. I'm not preaching. Educating the book.
Yep.
You got questions. I'm not going to know the answer. I will look it up. But I'm
Let me just tell you
only
this. You
ordained
don't
minister.
have you don't have to be an ordained minister. You don't have to go to seminary school. You don't have to be a Sunday school teacher. And you don't have to go to church every week. You don't even have to be a member of a church to be able to bring a person to know the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You do not have to.
Exactly.
And, and we're speaking on God and Jesus right now, guys. And I love everyone who believes in all the other things, but we're speaking on this right now. So I'm not being disrespectful for any other religion or anything. I want y'all to know that. But you don't have to. I mean, like, I can lead someone to the Lord Jesus Christ. And I have no training, but accept the fact that I know Jesus as my Lord and Savior. And, and so I don't think that,
It's our job as
it gets,
Christians.
it is, but it
Yep.
gets really tricky whenever it's the state and religion and all that stuff. And then, but they let you be a part of that, um, process of helping them. You know what I'm saying? So I
Well,
don't know. I
my
may be
thing
talking in
is there
circles.
is nowhere in the Bible that says you must go to church to rejoice. There's
No, it's
nowhere that
whether
says you have to be in the church to believe.
it says where two or more are gathered.
We
Exactly.
are the
So if
church.
it's at the
It could be right
clink,
here.
if it's at the clink, or if it's at the
Uh-huh.
court, or it's anywhere, and they want to make a lifestyle change, me being just only an ordained minister really burns me up right now.
Yeah. And I'm sure it does. I mean it, but listen, I want to tell you this. Please do not be discouraged because as Christians it says in the Bible that we're going to be persecuted and you know that.
Mm-hmm. And more as the days go on.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And so this should give you more fuel for your fire, so to speak. And if you will, I mean, send me a message. I want to try to look into it more. I want to ask my husband about it. He's a very, very godly man because I don't like an ordained minister to me is like my pastor. He's an ordained minister,
Right.
and he's my pastor and he's an ordained minister. So, like, I mean, like, maybe I don't understand all the ins and outs of things, but I also think there's, and
Couple
this is
friends
just in
that
my
can help you
opinion.
legally with this too.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, I think there's some legality issues here that might be, but I need to know for sure if they are a 501c3, if they're a nonprofit, how they work with the government and your judicial system up there in Ohio. If you can find that out for me, that would be great.
What is the
How,
place called?
My thing is, it's not like I'm just a drunk off the street and I want to get ordained so I can marry my friends. And then, oh, I'm going to go in the clink now and I'm going to be somebody. I have
yeah,
been doing this for 9 years.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they know you there.
What is the place called that you work with?
Worth Center.
Worth.
Worth Center, WORTH, Worth Center. I love the name of that. I'm sorry, I'm not reading the chat, guys. Let me look down here. Um,
Well, I didn't mean to, interrupt your chat thing going on here.
you didn't interrupt any. I mean, like
Not at all.
I have been really, really bummed all evening, and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to find things, studying things. It's like, what makes the difference? What makes the difference? And then I'm just going to take a break, and I get on TikTok, and I thought Sarah would know.
oh, well, I'm very humbled at the fact that you think I would know. Um,
Hey, Sarah Sue. It is a 501(c)(3).
okay, so
It says it's a private 501(c).
okay, so in my opinion, since it is that, they probably can make the decision at any time to not use whoever they want to use, whether it be a person that works in the kitchen making the food, or cleaning the bathroom, or singing in the choir, or um, or an ordained minister. But that's just me thinking. Like I don't know the legal ramifications of that. Um, but yeah, Alabama's sleeping. We're just using her live till she gets a puzzle piece. um, But I want to know, even though they are a 501c, I want to know how they work hand in hand with the Ohio judicial system where you're at. Because I think that your judge and judicial system might have something to say about that. Like I don't know, but and I don't want you to be bummed out about it at all. Um, and I definitely will never proclaim to know all the answers. And when I don't, I go to the Lord, or I go to my friends who are really smart with legal stuff, or my husband. But I just know that, especially in times like these, that we're definitely going to be persecuted as Christians. AK, you're from Ohio. What are we talking about? Wilder, do you want to give a brief recap of what happened? AK's from Ohio.
Okay, so I live in Ohio, and I have been an ordained minister for many, many, many years. And I have been working with a center that instead of giving you clink time, you can do this rug court, which is a different type of a clink. So I've been there for 9 years, and I have been educating when it comes to the religion, educating different things, to help them get a lighter sentence or what have you. Today I'm told, after 9 years, that I'm only an ordained minister and not a priest, so therefore I cannot continue on with this center. But I've been working with the judge. I go to the chambers, I meet with the lawyers, I go in front of the judge and stuff. Everything has been great until today. Now all of a sudden, the words were, I'm only an ordained minister.
Okay, so I want to ask you something
Now
because
that you just said that again,
I know.
oh, I'm
Are they
sorry, Sarah
Catholic?
Sue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are they Catholic? Um, is it a Catholic foundation?
No, it's a regular clink for rug users.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them have to participate in this. Not all of them want to. But
Right.
there's
Yes.
some of them that'll say, I want to make the change. And that's where I
Yes.
come in at.
And hallelujah for that. But when you said that, I think Lady Jane had the same thought I did at the same time, didn't you, Lady Jane?
Yeah, because it's almost discriminatory because they're
Yes.
like, well, you're
You're not a
not a
priest.
priest. Well, they can't tell Baptist, they can't tell Methodist, they can't tell Lutheran, they can't tell non-denominational that you can't be here if you're not a priest. That's
Right.
just wrong. They can't do that.
But the only thing is that I question, and I don't know the laws, but I do know when it's a 501c, I think it falls under, and I'm probably just talking out both sides of my mouth, Walter, but this is just my thinking is that if it's a 501c, it's a nonprofit. Then you have to think about the people that give the money for the nonprofit, and then you have to think about what it's founded on.
Yeah, like who gives
Who's
that money?
who's
Is it
funding it?
donations from a Catholic church?
Yeah, and
If that's it, then they would have say over who could be there.
right, and that's what I'm
So I
wondering.
do not get paid for
No, 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 no,
this.
no, no, no.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
saying you
no.
do. I'm saying the actual 501c that offers this service to them to not go to the clink and then to go to rehab instead of the clink. Because,
Somebody still pays for that.
yeah, they're
It's
not.
funded by state grant money.
Oop,
Okay, then they
okay.
can't make that
Mm-mm.
decision.
Nope. No, they can't. Because you know what? You were given your license under the state. Listen, I'm not. Okay. In my opinion, I'm going to say that
In
real loud
our
and clear.
unofficial lawyer degrees,
In my stay at home mom lawyer degree,
armchair detective degrees,
I feel as though, in my opinion, though, that and like I said, I'm going to ask all my friends to collectively come together and look at this And I can't say that I'll get back with you next week. It may be maybe 2 weeks, Wilder, but I'm going to have them look at it because I feel like if it's state funded by grants, I don't think, like you said, Lady Jane, I don't know that they can say that.
In my unofficial opinion, I don't think so. But again, I would like the same people you're thinking about to look at it.
Yeah. And I feel as though as if they are going to do that, that they would have to open it up to every priest, pastor, um, all the other people that teach religions. I don't know their names, but, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but all the other heads of the churches, um, that they would have to let all of them in regardless. Um, and that would be okay, because you're not trying to shove a certain religion down their throat. You're just wanting to make sure that they make the right choices. Yeah, AK, I think that Wilder may more know about the Bible than I do. So maybe we should have a Bible trivia night, Wilder. I'll battle you in a Bible trivia. But I'm going to have my husband sitting beside me in an earpiece. Is that okay,
Well,
Wilder?
you win.
Yeah, only because my husband will be sitting beside me.
Well, I'm bringing my pastor.
Bring your pastor. Well, I'm
He's
going to
read the
bring
Bible
Wilder.
front to back 30
I'm,
times.
I take it back. I'm bringing Wilder. She's my ordained minister.
Okay.
So
But
pastors and priests are getting paid, is what you're saying, Alabama, and ordained does not. However, I have always been told if you do the work of the Lord, you don't charge for that. I
well, they
don't
don't get.
charge to do weddings. I don't charge to educate. I don't charge if you want me to do a funeral. Maybe I'm different. Maybe I'm wrong.
They don't necessarily get paid. Um, there,
Donations.
there's it's tithing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and
They get a
the
donation of a house, things like that.
Well,
yeah
my
the
my minister gets an actual salary.
but he gets it from the tithing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Um, so it's not necessarily that you're getting paid because
We don't want to
it's
talk about you. We already looked at your criminal history tonight.
whose mine.
No.
Oh Lord, I wrote a
Goodness.
hot check when it was 1996. I'm sorry, guys, to Maurice's.
You're going to
Oh,
start confessing your sins here.
I know, right? Um, but they don't get paid. They, you know, it says that you're supposed to tithe 10%. Um, a lot of people don't do that, and some people do more. Um, but hang on, Brandy. I'm gonna see if I can let you up before we get a puzzle piece. Um, but their um, money that they receive from the church is in the form of the tithing. They receive their salary from that. So it is not like a set salary. Yes, a love offering. Yes, Greta, thank you.
Oh, ours actually gets so every November they have a meeting of the elders and they
Pastor
set the
Appreciation Month.
salary for the next year.
Yeah.
And they have to live and eat.
Yeah. And they have
Okay,
families like
so
my minister went to school in Tennessee for 6 years.
Yes. But you also have churches that, like Joel Osteen, that gets paid millions of dollars, and then you have the little Victory Baptist Church over here in the Arkansas that gets paid maybe he has to have a full-time job, but he might get $300 a month.
Oh, you're
right.
kidding.
No,
No, no,
that's
because
how because
it depends on your
that's what the
congregation.
Bible says, right? And but
Oh,
that's what the Bible says too, though. Like, okay, my uncle is a Southern Baptist preacher, and he does not make a huge salary off of the church, but it's a large church. He also was a carpenter all of his life while he was a Baptist preacher, because the Bible says if a man does not work, he shall not eat. So he was a carpenter, and he made a small salary off the church, but he put the rest of the money back into the church to build the church. And then whenever I was growing up, I was raised Catholic. I'm not Catholic now, but our priest lived at the parsonage, so he had housing that was paid for by the tithing. But then he got like $12,000 a year at the time. That was when I was a kid, to pay for like his gas in his car, and to pay for his clothing, and to pay for his food and stuff like that. It wasn't
Like a stipend.
Right, a stipend, but he also was not rich and did not have lots of money.
Yeah, but he was rich in the Lord.
Right, the ones like Joel Osteen, I would not want to be near him on Judgment Day.
He was.
Can I?
Just,
Can you? I'm sorry. I came in a little late, and I'm trying to read the room and catch up. But I'm.
Oh,
and
you
so I'm
can't
getting.
read the room?
I mean, I'm picking up the gist, but I just. Can you give me a recap so that I'm not making assumptions?
Yeah, Wilder. I'm gonna try to sum it up myself. Okay, can I? And you tell me if I'm wrong. So Wilder, she's underneath you right here. She's been an ordained minister for years, and she knows the Bible very well. She has been working with a group. It's called Worth Ministries. Gosh, I'm gonna mess it up every time. Did she fall asleep on me because I preached too much? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Still with us?
Okay, so basically what it is oh, absolutely.
Yes.
So Worth Center, I'm sorry. So it's
Okay.
Worth Center. I'm trying to change the name. So when you are a rug offender, possibly like a first timer, you go before the judge, and they give you an option, because they want you to rehabilitate. That is the whole purpose
Yeah.
of this. So you can either go to Worth Center, to the rehab, or you can go to the clink, the jail. And Wilder is an ordained minister, and she goes and ministers to the people at the rehab. And she's done it for 9 years, I believe, there. And today, all of a sudden, they told her that she was just an ordained minister and she wasn't a priest, and that she just couldn't do that anymore, basically. But they are a 501c or C3. I can't ever remember. So that's a nonprofit. But I say that very loosely because they are state funded by grants. And so it gets kind of tricky and murky. And that's why I want to have.
No, legally, if they take, because our council of churches here in my town, it's multiple denominations come together and run it together. They have a soup kitchen and a shelter, and they refuse to take even a cent of state or federal funding because they discriminate like all get up.
And this has nothing to do with payment for her. She does this for free because this is the Lord's work.
But
And
it
so
has
that's not, I'm not talking about money wise for
No,
her.
I'm saying that
Yeah.
the organization, if
But
they
like legally and stuff.
if the organization legally, if they receive state or federal funding, they must abide by state and federal employment rules.
And we need to find that out about Ohio too, for sure, because
it's federal.
Yes, well,
it's constitutional.
I thought so too. I just need to make sure, but I'm pretty sure too.
I messaged a friend from high school who's a Lutheran. I think it's Lutheran. It's Calvary Chapel minister. He says it could be that they're going a different direction.
It could be, but then they don't need to be taking the state-funded money anymore, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
If they're going to have to branch off and just take donations.
yeah. Because I mean, like he says, he can go into the prisons, he can go into all of the jails, the hospitals, but it's because he is a actual minister from a
Seminary.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
And he said without that he couldn't do that in the
yeah.
state of Washington. Come back.
Yeah, but can you text him again and
Uh-huh.
say, um, yes, it gives you a certain degree to be like to go to seminary, and
So in our oh, it's complicated. I think that if he was discriminated against based on his religion, like they want to go in a different direction with like a different denomination, or if it was based on age, sex, race, sexual orientation, what are the other ones? Did I cover them? Oh shit, my phone.
oh, it went dead, unloved. Wilder, can you just chat? Do you have to be quiet? Are you having to chat? Because I don't know what you mean by. She said, so they're going to send approved
Well,
proofs.
she
Okay,
said that
I'm sorry.
it was had to be federal funded and federal approved. So my question is, are they going to send an approved priest to the center to educate and
No,
no
no, no, no.
longer the ordained ministers?
Well, here's the
Or
thing.
are they just going to let these people be like, you're on your own, figure it out?
No, because here's the thing. Um, it's federally funded, so they can't discriminate, is what she was saying. Um, and they definitely aren't going to send a priest in, just a priest, if it's federally funded, because there's too many religions. Um, I believe that's where she's coming from, is that if it's federally funded, they can't, and Widow and Lady Jane, and this is in my opinion, but I believe that's what she was saying.
Yeah. And he said also with the DEI changes in the country that they have made a huge amount of things across the board.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Since they eliminated DEI,
Yes.
they have changed the different statues of what you have to be in order to get into those places.
Well,
So if that company or that place, the Worst Center, has taken DEI off of their website and they don't believe in DEI, then it's not good.
So you're saying this is just something that come up today then? Because like I said, I've been doing this for 9 years. I can go to the hospitals. I can go to the clinics for adults. I can go to the clinics for children. I can go to this rug center. And I have for 9 years.
so the only place that they've told you can't go though is the Worth. But
Yeah,
they don't need your
because I'm
services anymore. Not can't go,
only
but
an ordained minister. That just burns me up.
oh, I'm sure it
Only an
does. But
ordained.
listen, I want you to know. Okay, I know you're discouraged, and I know that the only word meant so much to you when they said that to you. But that is the devil trying to discourage you so much to not do what you've been doing for all these 9 years. And you cannot let that one word, that four-letter, O-N-L, yeah, four-letter word, sorry, I'm from Arkansas, I have to spell and count, four-letter word get in the way of the purpose that you have. And our God is so much bigger than that four-letter word. You're so much bigger than that only word. And I know that's the word that bothers you so much, but You're so much
I
bigger than
think it
that.
was a them problem, not a you problem.
Yeah.
Well, and I understand that. However, now it becomes a client problem because what I have started is now done. We
Your
have
client
nothing. We
is
can go back
specific.
to the court and say, we've done this or this because I'm only an
No,
ordained
no.
minister and can't finish the
Listen,
class.
this is when, in my opinion, when the legality stuff comes into play. Lady Jane, back me up on this in your opinion. This is when you can draw that judge into this and say, well, I tried to do my job because I promised you in your judges' chambers with counsel present and we all agreed on something, but I was blocked by this entity that I could no longer fulfill my promise to the court.
Right. Like, see, me personally, I would contact them tomorrow and say,
The
I
court.
made this promise to, yes, I made this promise to the court. How am I supposed to fulfill my promise when this is what I was told yesterday?
Yeah, that's what I would
Well, I
definitely
do
do.
have
Absolutely.
a meeting tomorrow at 11:30 in the morning
With
because
whom?
before I was allowed to do this, I had to take an oath with the court. So if I
And you've already
cannot,
taken that?
oh, I took the oath 9 years ago.
Okay,
I held
so
my hand in front of the judge and in front of two other officers that said, I will do this.
how many,
And
I want to know how many
now
court
you're
cases
not
you've
going to
done.
allow me to do this. So I have to know, where is my oath at to you, because I've stood by my word. Why can't you stand by yours?
Okay, here, we need to take, okay, what did I hear the other day? We need to take the something out and put, okay, we don't need to make it personal, okay?
No, because then
And
it could get ugly.
we need to be factual and not personal. So you have a meeting tomorrow morning at 11:30, correct? With whom?
With the judge that I took my oath with.
And that you're in the judge's chambers with all the time, with
Correct.
counsel. Okay. And Wilder, I'm sorry if you're getting irritated with me. I just,
No, I am not. Nope, I
okay.
ain't fine, honey. I just want to make sure that we're clear on these things because
Yes,
I
yes,
feel like
yes.
I took an oath the same as a cop takes an oath to protect, to
Yes,
serve,
honey. Absolutely.
but they're stopping me from doing my oath. But I'm not
Yeah.
drawing a check because I don't want to. I'm doing the Lord's work. And the
Absolutely.
Lord's work to me is I need to spread the word. I need to educate.
And I
I
love
want
you,
to tell
honey.
you that volunteer work, it does not matter whether you're drawing a check or not. You are still covered by all of the same rights, the same rights to non-discrimination based on anything,
Hmm.
like religion, all that, whether you draw a check or not. Even though it's like an unpaid employment, you're still covered by those employment rules as a volunteer.
Right.
And the
And
director of
discriminatory
our
laws.
the director of our cent our I'm close friends with the director of our um council of churches. Now, because they don't take state and federal funding, they can make decisions as to how they run their
Well, it's not discriminatory
their
then because
program.
they don't take state money,
Right. However,
even though it still is.
because so they can't discriminate, or they can discriminate in their within their program, but there are still some laws that apply. Like you can't racially or there,
I
You
there's
can't
some
understand
laws.
what you're
blatantly.
saying.
But she was a
However,
volunteer. She was an unpaid volunteer. She actually has a lawsuit. There's a lawsuit right now going on. So
Well, she
anyway,
has a,
I'm sorry.
Brandy, she
here's
has
another side of it,
a,
though.
yes.
Even if you are a criminal, if you are somebody in the hospital, if you are just a homeless person or whatever, you cannot legally be denied the right to religion.
Correct.
Absolutely not.
You're absolutely
Absolutely
correct.
not.
It is
it is a constitutional right that
Yeah.
is solid and firm. This country
Hmm.
was built on it.
Built on it. Built on it. So what? And this is. I wish Kristen was here. I wish some lawyers were here. I wish Nico would come up there. Okay, Nico.
So
I need.
my question is,
I'm
what
just sorry.
exactly is
I
the
just wanted to
question?
ask that question, Sarah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get into a big discussion and
Oh,
interrupt
No, no,
no,
things.
no.
it's okay.
I love this.
Yeah, no, we like the discussion.
I love this because this is something I'm passionate about. Like,
She's passionate about the Lord, for
I
sure.
am. And the fact that someone's someone, meaning Satan, is trying to block you from spreading the word about the Lord, it makes me a little irritated. Um, but so tomorrow she has an appointment with the
Hmm.
judge she took the oath with, who she is. The judge knows her. She's been doing this for a long time.
So what was the
Um,
oath? I I missed part of this, so I'm trying to
Okay,
catch up.
so when you decide to take what they call the oath to work with different prisons or jails or
Mhm.
rug users or what have you, you have to take the oath that says you will not, encourage them to do other bad things or what have you. My role is to educate them, and I cannot give them legal advice. I can only do the religion side.
Right.
Um, I cannot be a visitor outside of this. Once they're released, I can no longer maintain a relationship with them of any kind. The court says my job is to, they reach out and say, I want to make my life better. I want to get clean. I want the Lord to lead me to the better side of life. My
Right.
job is to step in and say, let me help you take your first step. I'm not going to hold your hand and say, baby you, but I'm going to educate you.
Hmm.
I have to take the oath that says there's a legal side and a religious side. I have to know the fine line.
Hmm.
do you have a copy of that oath you took?
It's anywhere that you take the oath with. So yes, I do have that.
Okay. Um, so, and do you have record, or does the court have record, or do you have a way of getting all the records of all the cases that you have stood up for the people that have went to the worst center?
Oh, I'm sure if I wanted to go to the court and look up something, I'm sure I could find something. But I never dreamed in a million years that I would be said, you can't do this anymore.
Right. But
Most
we're at that
people
point
like,
right now, Wilder. We're
So
at that point.
can I ask what their